All right, looks like we're live. If I can get Keith to stop making ammunition long enough to. The zombies aren't coming tonight, Keith. Don't worry about it.
How do you know?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. It is the weekly Alaboom for March 9th, 2016. It is me, your ever gracious host, the Undead Viking. I am here with, of course, the ever loquacious Barry Reynolds.
Hey, how's it going?
And, of course, my also beautiful co-host, getting skinnier by the day, the professional hanger-on, Keith Collins.
How's it going, guys?
Fine. You're gonna... So, like, if the zombie apocalypse happens, I race to your house, is what you're saying?
Sure.
All right,
Go
sweet.
for it.
You got room for my wife and 2 kids?
Well, you'll be the first ones I eat.
All right, awesome. And, of course, we have the bearded meeple, Tyler.
Hello.
Hey, buddy. How you been?
I've been good.
Good.
I
Hey,
have
I
the flu at our house right now, so as long
Mm,
as nothing passes through the internet, we'll be good.
I saw that maybe, possibly, sort of, maybe you might be gainfully employed soon.
Yes. As long as I pass the physical, then I will be making the Chevy Equinox starting March 29th.
Can you, like the Johnny Cash song? I forget what the name of the song is, but the guy who steals one part of the car every day.
Yeah.
For like, you know, he does it for a year until finally he has the entire car. And then
I could probably do that. Although I already stole something today, so I stole a fork from breakfast. So. I wanted a flat fork. All my forks are curved and nice. I wanted a flat fork, so now I have one.
Nice. You just made me think of something. I'm not going to say his name because he's actually a reviewer. But I know a reviewer that he has a fairly long commute to his job in the morning, and plus he's like one of the head guys, so he can kind of amble in whenever, unless he's got a meeting or whatever. But on the 45-50 minute drive along the way, there's like a good half a dozen to basically 6 to 10 good hotels that have the free continental breakfast, and so he'll pull into one and he'll like just have his briefcase and a suit, and he'll have like a newspaper underneath, and like he walks in like he's heading to his room, and he kind of just takes a little jog around, and then like 5 minutes later he heads in, grabs a waffle and an apple, and heads out the door.
I'm not saying anything, but do I look like I turned down a continental breakfast? No.
Thank God you're wearing pants. That's all I want to say. We have the Outer Limits game peoples from Taetti, but they don't appear to be live yet. So the Sticklings here. Oh, there you are. You are there. You just don't have a camera, perhaps.
I apologize. I don't have video. I'm kind of archaic here in the dark ages.
All right. Am I speaking to Mike?
This is Mike. Yes.
Oh, hey, Mike. How you been, buddy?
Good. Nice. How are you? Thank you so much for having me on.
No, that's awesome. I'm glad you could join us tonight. Yeah, just feel free to jump in and talk about anything you want to whenever we're talking. But well, here, let's just dive in, because I mean, I do want to make sure you have time to talk about Taetti. It's a game that's I've kind of watched grow, because like you went Kickstarter for a while, and then you regrouped, and now you're back at it again, and it looks like you're doing. What are you at now? You're at like.
We're at 93% right now, so we're almost there.
Yeah, you're a hair away from making the dream come true. But the game now is not like the first game I saw the first time around. So why don't you talk about your Kickstarter experience, if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've been working on this since 2013, actually, September 2013, and just trying to get it perfected as much as possible. But we really learned a lot when we relaunched last June, and I think we rushed it out too quickly. There were a lot of little iterations to the game, the mechanics itself, which I think were not as streamlined as they could have been. And of course, our goal was too high, being a first-time publisher. So there were lots of little things that we needed to improve upon. So we went back and kind of back to the drawing board, looked at what we needed to improve, and really took our time. We didn't want to rush back with the relaunch, so we took about 7 months, and hopefully we made a lot of great improvements. They seem to be taking well to the backers so far. Everybody really loves what we've done, so certainly we're doing way better than last time already in the first 36 hours or so. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, I mean, it looks like you're going to fund. I mean, do you have big plans for like hitting certain levels? I mean, do you have like any secrets in the works? You know that
Yeah,
maybe.
actually, I just revealed a few stretch goals today. We're just going to reveal a few at a time as we get close to them. But I did reveal today we do have a really cool stretch goal I'm excited about, which are custom plastic orbitals, which we're going to introduce at a certain point. So there'll be sort of an upgrade to the cardboard orbitals or the little wood discs that are in the game right now. So I'm really excited about that one. I really hope you can unlock that. Of course, we've got extra characters and all kinds of cool things coming up. So I can't wait to tomorrow to hopefully we'll fund tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, and we can start looking at to stretch goals.
Yeah. Hey Keith, go back to the game. Get him to 22,500. Keith's not there. Barry, go back to the game.
Okay.
No, I mean I can speak from experience. The game is awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I mean, and obviously, I mean this is I hate to like wax poetic here, but I mean this is definitely one of those. It is the whole a labor of love type game. You can tell that you spent a long time working on this and putting it together. I love those little spaceships, man. They're awesome.
Thank you very much.
And but no, I mean just and the thing is that I mean I don't know. Do you think maybe some people saw the game and they thought, oh, it's like a 4X, a 4X game, but like more of a like a Twilight Imperium type situation, because that isn't the game experience. I mean for Taetti, it's well, why don't you talk about the game a little bit? To kind of explain like the process of it, of the game.
Yeah, it's really there's really a lot of economics in there. I mean, yeah, it's got all the 4Xs, but really, in a lot of 4X games, you're dealing with enemy ships and and a lot of things like that. But we really wanted to focus the enemy on being more of the crisis in the game, like biohazard, chemical crisis, geophysical crisis, as opposed to always being like some other rogue alien force or civilization that you're fighting against. There is back and forth fighting between players, but it's optional. And but like I said, we really wanted more focus to be on the crisis itself, and that kind of aspect of the game, the kind of whole mystery of it. But yeah, there's a lot of economics in there. We really wanted like supply and demand, comparative advantage, different things like that. Exploration is heavily emphasized. So yeah, all the 4Xs are there, but like you said, it is very different from a lot of games like Twilight Imperium, Eclipse. There's some similarities, but at the same time, there's a lot of little differences too, subtle things.
I have a question for him.
Oh,
Sure.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, I'm just wondering if he could sing for us, because the way his mic is, it sounds like he's auto-tuned. So if he could sing something about the game, that would be really funny.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Too bad I can't sing. I'm a horrible singer. I won't even attempt. Not even in the shower.
Oh, come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I always have.
It's probably because I'm not wearing headphones, and you're probably getting feedback from my speakers. I apologize for that.
I think it sounds awesome. That's why I want you to sing.
I know how you can fix that. You could just wear headphones.
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to. So obviously, you Mike, you are in this. This is a family endeavor, correct?
Yes, it is actually. I'm in this with my dad. He's the co-designer, co-founder of Alaboom Games as well. He designed a board game back in 1988. Actually, his first board game. He designed, marketed, and published it. And so yeah, he was. And the funny thing is, he was actually my age, 34, when he made his first board game. Now I'm making my first board game with him, so it's kind of cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is really cool. I mean, what was your dad's game?
It was called Hurricane, actually, the game of the tropics. Um, it was mainly a regional game. He sold a lot of copies, Florida, all along the Gulf Coast states, and all the way up to Maine, like in gift shops and things like that. But it actually did really well back. He got a lot of media attention because it was kind of an educational public service value to it. He actually had it in schools as well, local schools playing it, middle schools, and because he was a science teacher. So yeah, it was fun. I actually remember when the truck came and delivered all the games. I was like 7 or 8, and I helped him put all the games together, all the components and everything, put them in the boxes, and so that was a really cool memory for me.
I have seen this game.
You?
I'm looking at the pictures of
Oh, wow.
Hurricane Game in the Tropics. I have seen this game.
There you go. There it is. Wow, that's a small world. Even in Minnesota.
Like in the flesh. I mean, I can't remember where I saw this. If it was at a convention or what.
Wow.
But yeah, I have actually seen this game before. That's crazy.
Cool. That's too cool.
Sorry, I'm just kind of like looking at. Oh wow, this is really cool. Anyway, sorry. Great radio. Barry, ask him a question.
Okay, what inspired you to make the game?
We have always loved space, and like I said, my dad designing a game back in 1988. I've always loved games myself, and so we thought, just one day we were just inspired. Why don't we make another board game? But like I said, we knew we had to be space. We love space. I've always been a sci-fi fan, so that inspired us. And also, we have a good friend, Ben Boba, who's a sci-fi author, and he inspired us too. A lot of his books and novels and things sort of inspired Taetti, the story of Taetti. We kind of wrote a little backstory to it, so it all kind of stemmed from that, I would say.
Awesome. And now, have you been a gamer pretty much all your life?
To be honest with you, surprisingly, I haven't. I just sort of got into gaming, and I'd say about the last 4 or 5 years. So I would consider myself somewhat new to the gaming world still. And of course, this is my first game designing. So, yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot in the last couple of years, and I've connected with a lot of really cool guys locally, gaming groups. I've yet to attend a gaming con, but I'm hoping to attend Origins this year and really connect more with a lot of people. So.
So I mean, like, why did you decide you want to make? If you weren't a big gamer, then why did you want to decide you want to make a board game?
I started playing a few games. Eclipse really inspired me as I got into gaming. I love the mechanics and just the connections with people. And like I said, my dad designing a game, it kind of inspired us. We started thinking, maybe we could kind of do something kind of modern. And so, we started looking at some modern games, and obviously games have changed a lot since the 80s, the Euro games and everything. So we started getting into some Euro games and playing them, and that just really inspired me. I really love the whole process and the mechanics and things that we were getting into. So it just sort of came about.
Cool. All right, man. Well, I mean, it's hey, you've actually gotten some backers as we've been talking. So
Wow.
yeah, you're even closer than you were before. I'm gonna take credit for it. I'm gonna take full credit for these last. They couldn't have possibly heard about the game anywhere else than the Alaboom. So.
Of course.
But all right, well, I mean, just like I said, I mean, yeah, thanks a lot for coming in, and yeah, hang out as long as you want, man. You don't have to take off or anything. This is just our thing. So,
Cool, I appreciate it.
hey, Mike, I'll go with you with this question here. What's the last game you played that was not Taetti?
I actually played, the last game was Maki Koro, actually. It's a game I've been wanting to play for a while, but it was a fun game, actually. A very light game compared to Taetti, but I kind of enjoyed it. I've heard that Dice City is actually a better rendition of Maki Koro.
And I will tell you right now, don't play either of those. Play What's one that just came out? The Villagers of
Valeria.
Valeria. Yeah. Or is it Villagers or Villages or Villagers of Valeria? Yeah. Yeah,
I heard about that.
that's much better. From
It's Valeria Card Kingdom.
Valeria. What? Shut up. Fine. Whatever. You're right.
Well, there's two. They're both different.
Right, but the one's not out yet. The one just finished on Kickstarter. It's
Yeah.
Valeria
No,
Card Kingdom that plays like Machikoro.
From Daily Magic Games, and that is a much better version of Machikoro, in my opinion.
It is.
Definitely check it out.
Anybody else play anything new lately? Not all once.
Thinking.
I didn't play anything in the past week and a half, 2 weeks.
I got a John Deere tractor game from Goodwill today. It's a little kid's game. Comes with 4 John Deere tractors. That was cool. And I got some old. I'll go get them. Hold on.
All right, we'll see in just a moment. I started reading the rules to Liberty or Death, and I mean that's kind of like a game all by itself.
Yeah.
And I set up. I set up Silent Victory, which is like the solo sub game, which I think you'd like that, Barry. You have that?
No, I don't.
You dig that solo game thing. And get the other one before it too. The what is it? It's Silent Victory, and I think it's Silent Hunters is the one before. And like Silent Hunters is the one where you're the Germans in the war on the Atlantic, and Silent Victory is you are the Americans in the Pacific. But both good solo games, war games.
Who makes it?
GMT, of course.
GMT? Okay. I'll look into it. I played Urban Sprawl for the first time.
There you go. One of the best games ever.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I'd like to play it again.
Did you play 2, 3, 4?
2.
Yeah, 2. It's a tighter game because you can actually plan. 4-player, it actually really becomes a lot of chaos, which I enjoy because like you can't. It's all about the puzzle on your turn, but then there's a lot of downtime there. Oh, somebody hit worthofweb.com for me, please. Give us the running total.
Howdy now, it's all day.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Scott.
All right, so Scott, it's good to see you. Thank you for
Good to see
joining
you
us.
guys.
this evening.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has been a while. Thank you very much. We've been sad without you. You look good, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. You get some sun or something.
No,
All
Skin the
right.
camera?
I've been sick. I was sick for over a month, and then I had this tooth problem, and I'm like chaining bad stuff together apparently.
So I gotta ask. Okay, it's not because I just got over my freaking emergency root canal like 2-3 weeks ago, which I still have to go get my crown put in like in a week or two. But what happened with you with your tooth?
I'm worse than that. I broke a tooth.
You broke a tooth? Like
Yeah, so it's this one right here.
like doing what? What did you do?
Chewing. Yeah. Eating food.
The one that happened was I bit on that rock hard sunflower kernel, and it shattered the filling on top of the tooth.
Oh, nice.
And then all of a sudden it was just like, hey, open nerve endings. Here's the open. Yeah. So what were you eating? What were you eating? Let me ask you
I
that.
don't even remember. It was like a sandwich or something.
You know?
No, I think the tooth had a crack in it, like that I didn't know, and then it just kind of eventually gave out.
Did
Because
you
it had a
have any-
filling in it and everything, and yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Sounds like so. Did they give you like a root canal then, or what?
No, I have to decide what I want to do, because it's too broken to put a crown on, so it's probably gonna come out. Probably gonna do one of those awesome implants.
Oh, okay.
Are you getting a diamond tooth, Aldi?
Yeah, get
What-
oh,
Because gold's not good enough for the $78 million man.
$78 million. Oh, it was worth
I don't know.
79 like a month ago. What the
I'm
hell?
just guessing. I'm just pulling that out of
Oh,
my butt.
somebody-
It's
Barry-
probably 85.
Barry, pull up Worth of Web.
I want those Jaws teeth, like the silver
No, seriously, Scott. So
Offense.
like you gotta like this is your chance now. You can get like a custom made tooth, like a meeple on it or
Yeah,
something.
I could put like a little face on it, like a little geek hat on it or something.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, his dad, got like lost, and he like had money, and so then like yeah, he got a tooth and had like an amethyst put in it or something. It was really weird.
Huh.
It's just like yeah, but yeah, this is your chance, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, get a little meeple or something.
Implants are not on insurance, so it's going to be expensive enough without a.
Oh,
without the,
you have to peel off one of your millions to have it done.
It's not that much.
I've got my
It's not
grandfather,
cheap. It's not a cheap thing.
but not my mouth.
What was that, Tyler?
Sorry.
I have my grandfather's teeth, but not in my mouth.
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Well, when he died, we had his war medals, his pocket watch, and his false teeth. And I wanted the pocket watch, and my brother didn't want me to have it, so he took it. My other brother got the war medals. I got the false teeth. Anyway,
Whenever I think about that, I think of the Simpsons episode where they Bart breaks his grandpa falls asleep. He's babysitting him, and then he breaks his teeth. And then when he comes home, Homer says, "It's like we have to punish him." He's like, "You're right, Marge. All right, Bart. Since you broke Grandpa's teeth, Grandpa gets to break yours." And Grandpa's like, "Oh, this is gonna be sweet." It's just like, oh man, just so evil. So okay, so Keith and I were both excited for Scott to be on because we wanted to. No. This is going to be an open, fair discussion about how you screwed up BGG Con.
Yeah.
It's all my fault.
So run us.
It would be so easy to not sell tickets. I mean, just don't do a good job and people stop coming. Right?
So walk us through the day where everything went live. Exactly.
So we talked about. Am I interrupting anything that was going on? I don't.
No. Actually, I mean, I was so glad that you joined it. No, I mean, do this first. Go to Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Go to Taetti, Tauceti,
Okay.
and back it. Get the premium version or whatever. Back it. It's a great game. Trust me, you'll love it.
No problem.
And Mike Strickland is on here, and he can. If you have any questions about it, he can answer. But no, the game
Thank you,
is super.
Okay.
So.
I appreciate it.
And you might want to get those the premium bundle where you can get 3 copies. You can have some extra copies for the old Board Game Geek library.
If there was a 2-copy option, I would do that.
I
usually
usually
do
do
2
that.
copies. Can I just add on to the base? Can I add on to the premium to get 2? Is there a? Oh, it says I can add on. Okay.
No, we won't do that.
No, it says it. Usually, like Kickstarter, man. I'm like, don't get me started.
Well, so there you go. So anyway, so now that get out of here, Cat. I don't want to talk to you.
I mean, well, there's a bit of a story behind it. I'll go through it.
Okay, so it was. First of all, you had to know you were going to sell out.
We didn't know we were going to sell out. We didn't think we were going to sell out in 2 hours. So much. Okay, so we also changed the policies, right? No checks because we wanted to know. So there was a little bit of a loophole in the BGG Con attendance registration, so you could sign up for the con and pay by check, and we usually have a little bit of a grace period for checks, right? So if you signed up on like the day before it sold out or the day that it sold out and didn't send your check in, we technically didn't count you, right? Because you were pending. But all of a sudden I get a check, and then it says, okay, well, theoretically it was date marked or postmarked, within a reasonable time after they registered. So we took all that out, right? No checks, no refunds, just to streamline the thing, and do PayPal only. Does that make sense? Because we could have gone up to the limit of sales, shut it off, and then I could get like 50 checks in a week. Anyway, whatever. Without understanding the behind-the-scenes stuff, you would like the check thing is just.
No, I understand.
To get in, basically.
Well, the check thing also sounds like what a pain in the butt that is. Look, we got a check. Okay, now like if they paid with a different account or something, and then track down who it was. And
1986 again. Let me pay with my check.
Yeah, the checks have been a pain.
I'm surprised they can even figure out the system paying with a check. You know, like anybody in that state of mind using a check.
Well,
it's
that
typically not
nobody
sold
takes
out.
a check for anything anymore.
Right.
They just don't.
Does anybody remember last year it sold in 2 weeks, or was it 1 week or something like that, or one
It
and a
took like
half?
2 weeks last year, and it took like 2 months the year before. So
Yeah.
Someone posted up the. I wish I could find the thread. Someone had gone through all our posts and like figured out the time frames of all the sellouts, and 2 hours was never on the radar. Let me tell you.
So there was
so-
a lot of discussion on the interwebs about this, you know. Of course,
Well, can I just say
Well, let
one
me-
thing?
Let me finish so we also made it. I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a timer on the page too. You had to fill out your form. So maybe that like accelerated it, where you saw the timer. Like
Well,
you had to
here,
check-
and this is just me thinking out loud here. But I'm going to let you say whatever you had to say, and I want to tell the story. But I think one of the reasons why people are more than willing to buy their BGG Con so far in advance was that it is the ultimately it is the perfect thing where it's like, oh, I decided I'm not going to go. Look at the waiting list. There is already a giant waiting list for people that are going. So if you decide, you know, in like September, maybe I won't do it.
The ticket is like completely liquid.
Yeah, so I mean, there's
no
no
risk.
danger. There's no danger in like getting it and then like, oh shoot, I guess I don't want to go. So I mean,
That's why we said no refunds. We did refunds in the past up to a certain point in time, but then that turns into a big pain in the butt too.
all right, so go through the situation. So you
Right, so I'm talking
get
with
to the
Jeff.
point where you screwed everybody over.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, let's tell the story. So we add in all these kind of things. We go, okay, it's going to sell out quick. We're not going to take checks, right? Because that's kind of a loophole to, like, skirt. If you get a registration in after it sells out and then send me a check, it's a weird timing thing, right? So we took that away. We did the timer on the page. You had to make the payment within 15 minutes. PayPal only, no checks, no refunds, all these changes. And I'm like, okay, well, that should get us to. We were thinking like 2 days, maybe 3, because that was like, you know, if you go from 2 weeks to 3 days, that's kind of a fair, reasonable, you know, guess. So I'm like, something went wrong right at the end of the deployment, and I decided to put in a code change like 2 minutes before 3 p.m., which drug us out to like 3:15 p.m. And by that point, the hotel had sold out. It was sold out at like under, and unfortunately, whoever keyed in the hotel registration page keyed it to Eastern time. So it started an hour early, which kind of screwed stuff up. And anyway, there was a mad dash for the hotel sold out in like an hour. So
I was prepared, so I got my hotel before it was supposed to even go up.
Yeah, and I was really thankful that Keith let me know that the hotel rooms were available early. Oh wait, no, he didn't. He was a selfish.
I forgot.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
Thanks a lot, Keith. Looks like I'm
got
sleeping on
mine.
Keith's couch probably.
So we launched when we launched the code, the deploy code, which takes like 10 minutes. We have a 10-minute deploy time. It's not super fast or anything. And then I hit the button to refresh the page of BGG Con, our admin page, you know, to see the list, and it times out, which means the site's like broken, right? The database is timing out. It's giving bad response back, and I'm like, oh shit, right? So I go directly into the database and write some SQL query to calculate how many people had signed up, and within 5 minutes we had already sold 1,200 tickets. So that first 5-minute gap was 1,200.
And how many tickets did you sell total? I mean,
2,500.
2,500. Okay, yeah.
Oh, but that took 2 hours, right? So we kept sitting there, like me and Jeff, just like we're doing now. We're on Hangout or whatever, and I just keep hitting the button, and I'm like, okay, it takes 10 minutes for me to shut this thing off. So when we're at 2,400, I'll just shut it off, right?
So the moral of the story is, anyone watching that wants to get me a ticket and share a hotel room, you know, I missed the 2 hours.
Yeah, that sucks. I wish it really didn't sell out that quick. I mean, and there's been so much discussion now on BGG. It's like we're reading everything. We're taking into account everything of trying to fix how to.
And what's your?
We haven't decided yet. I mean, like.
I
Robert Koo, do you guys know Robert Koo is, right? PAX guy.
Which one?
He's like their operations, Robert Koo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he wrote like a big long, very well thought out article about how to do registration at that scale. Because they sell out, PAX sells out in like 5 minutes, from what I understand, and that's 50,000 people or something, 70,000. He wrote all the problems with all the solutions that people come up with, like lotteries, staging, different time zones, all the different issues. So there's really not a great solution except growing bigger, and we don't really. We're in this hotel till 2018.
No,
So that's 2 more years beyond.
If it gets bigger, it won't be BGG Con anymore.
Right, and exactly, we're like, people don't understand. When we ran BGG Con with the 1,200 people cap at the Westin, we did it without Team Geek. Like there was no Team Geek. There was a few volunteers right here and there, but there was no 80 person volunteer team. So going from 1,200, I think 1,300 was our top at the Westin, to 2,900 takes a team of 80 people now, right? And it's kind of like this exponential thing, right? And I sat in the library this year for quite a while. I think, Lance, you were in there, right?
Yeah, well,
I was just kind of sitting there for an hour.
That was one of the nicest things, was hanging out.
I'm just kind of like sticking my finger in the air and like measuring the wind, and it's like there's just this, the games are just like rushing out, probably like 100 an hour. And now imagine doubling that.
I have a question for Scott.
Sure.
If it keeps growing exponentially, like you said, 2 hours this year, next year it's 10 minutes, would you guys consider going the way of PAX, perhaps, and having like a BGG Con North, BGG Con East, something like that?
It has multiples. So
we have BGG Spring.
Okay.
It's not geographically different. It's the same. It's in Dallas. It's the same hotel.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, like something geographically different.
Yeah, that's probably the next step. But the thing is, we have this whole other convention in the spring that's like, I'm struggling to fill it. I wouldn't say struggling. It's gonna fill this year, but it's not at the pace of BGG Con. Like it's not full. Or it's not sold out right now. There's about 200 tickets left. So.
But is there space in the hotel? That's the big thing.
We have the same space. It is BGG Con as far as space-wise goes.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, the hotel's probably sold out.
No, plenty of room.
For BGG Spring?
Yeah. That's what I try to convey to people. It's like BGG Spring is like BGG Con without the people.
Well, okay, I don't.
But I mean, obviously, it takes people to make a con, so it's kind of
I don't mean to sound stupid, but I mean, so BGG Spring has how many people can go to BGG Spring? Same number, 2,500?
Right now we've capped it to 1,000 to kind of keep it. We didn't want it to explode into this other 2,900 person convention because we can't handle that. We don't have the team for it. We only have a small team for BGG Spring.
In BGG Spring, that's once again, it's going to be the.
It's a quarter. It's a quarter of the work of BGG Con.
And it's also going to be like family friendly, right? Like you can.
It is family friendly.
You can bring
the age restriction is lifted, meaning you can bring in kids younger than 12. And last year we called it BGG Fam, right?
How many people went to BGG Fam?
Right around 500.
Yeah.
But we felt that kind of. I talked to people who I thought would come from like locals and my friends and stuff, and they're like, "Well, I don't have kids. Why would I come?" I'm like, oh, "Okay, well that's a mismarketing, right? Like or mislabeling of it. Like it's not a family-oriented convention. It just released the age restriction. But it's virtually BGG Con. It had its own special events. It had a game show. It had poker. It had a couple other things. It had the escape room, things like that. Had the library, same size library, 5,000 games. Had the same space. It was kind of weird, like walking around in the hotel with like maybe like half the people that come to. There's actually a fifth of the people from BGG Con Maine, and it's kind of like it's kind of cavernous, right? Because the density of people is not as high as BGG Con. So
that could be interesting to see what people feel is their draw to the BGG Con versus the BGG Spring.
Right. It's a more laid-back feeling. Like BGG Con is like a million miles an hour, right? Like that's the way it feels to me. Like I'm just going from event to event, talking to people. I mean, I could sit there and talk to people for like 10 hours straight, right? There's so many people there. And then the games are all there. All the hot games are. You could spend the entire con in hot games room. There's so many hot games now.
I wonder
We
if
used to only have like 8, and now there's like 30 or something,
yeah.
or 50. Like there's 2 copies of everything. So anyway, so BGG Con's like 1,000,000 miles an hour. BGG Spring is like a leisurely Sunday drive. That's the difference to it for me. But
what's the
you can
difference
keep
to draw?
yourself busy.
I think that's what I want.
I don't know that. I can't. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to travel on Memorial Day weekend. Like it's their family weekend.
Yep.
And the reason I picked Memorial Day weekend is I used to go out to KublaCon every year, and I loved it. Like it's kind of a long weekend, right? I would go out a little early and go see the wine trip stuff with some friends that I have there, and then we go to KublaCon, and then you didn't have to leave till late Monday afternoon. So that's kind of what my model was of timing. And plus you get a deal, like some of those holidays, that hotel in the airport is a business hotel, right? It operates on a business schedule, and people don't do business on Memorial Day weekend. So that's how we can get the right around $100 a night, 110, 115, something like that. So the answer to growth, like Tyler was asking, is more. We definitely can start looking at other regions, but we want to do spring. Like, I don't know, it is still a lot of work to put a con on, so to go to another location, and we don't really have experience doing it in other cities. So that would be a challenge.
BGG Canada, do something in Toronto. We need something up
I love
here.
Toronto too, man. It's awesome.
That would be awesome.
You don't have to make nice with the
Great White North.
Tyler. Yeah.
No,
You don't
that'd be
have to
cool.
pretend.
We don't have anything up here. I mean, we're like London is an hour and a half from Detroit, yet we can't even get pull. It's like we need something in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, in the challenge, like right now, we're at 4 of those large moving trips. 4 trips. Sorry, 2 trucks, 2 trips each. So 4 trucks, basically. And that's kind of a lot. So imagine moving that across the country.
I have a hard enough time getting off my couch, let alone moving 4 trucks. So
Yeah. Yeah, 5,000 games takes up a lot of space. Yeah, even on the shelves, right? And because they go high. I guess you could probably go higher if you did tubs, and they would probably be a little more secure. Like every year, it's kind of scary to look at the games every year when they come off the trucks, because they're all, they're very nicely aligned when they go in the truck, and they come off the truck and everything's like turned on its side, upside down. And sometimes inevitably every year you look at the floor of the truck and there's pieces on it. It's like, how did that happen? How did the box open?
What what do you see yourself doing different next year?
For the registration?
Yeah, just to avoid the
Honestly,
problems.
I don't really know. What can I do? Here's the options that have been presented.
check only.
A lottery.
Check only. Only pay with check.
Only. Yeah, that'll. I will not touch a check. Yeah, that might slow some people down. God, could you imagine cashing 2,900 checks?
It'd be fun.
We have a hard enough time cashing like 2 or 3. It's the banks are just I hate to say it, but they're really dumbed down now. Like people don't know how to handle anything.
What are your options, or what are the options? That
Okay, so there was a lottery. There's a lottery.
That's a horrible idea.
That's kind of garbage, I think.
Where's the mute button? I gotta mute Aldi now.
Well, wait a minute. None of these we're even thinking about. The stage time zone stuff.
Nah.
So all that does is, so let's say we had 5 registration times, right? And I'm just playing this out in my head on. every few hours staged throughout the day, like some in the morning, some in the afternoon, some at night. Well, imagine if you're the person who got unlucky on every single one of those. You'd be pissed off 6 times instead of once. Right?
Yeah.
That's bad. I could see somebody like coming to just really mad. Like, I'm mad enough if I miss one thing, right? Imagine missing 6. And it could happen, right? What are some of the other...
Some people want grandfathered for previous attendees.
Right. Well, then you have a con that never changes.
Yep.
Right? Call it a gray con. Graying.
Well, now that I'm in there now, I don't care, so I'm okay with that.
Right. If every single person from this year got priority over, like, so next year, no one else would be able to get into BGG Con.
Yep.
Virtually. I mean, there might be, like, 100 or 200 people that wouldn't come again, but...
It would be the VIG program at Gen Con.
Is there a limit on tickets that people like can go online and buy? Someone was asking that in the questions, actually. I think.
Good question. I think there's a limit, but I don't remember.
Because if it was like, oh, 2 tickets a person, because if someone's buying 10, then it might, stretch that.
Right. If you want to, I think that might be an issue. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to knock that down. I don't think there was a limit before now, but no one came in and bought more than 4. There was one person who bought a bunch, but I know the person and I know why they bought more than 4, so I didn't.
I'm
really
gonna buy 100 tickets and scalp the shit out of them.
I know. Well, that's what PAX has to do with. PAX doesn't even announce when the tickets go on sale. So how about that? I would think that not knowing when PAX went on sale would be really rough to try to get a ticket because they sell out in 5 minutes too.
Yeah.
But they do that because of the scalpers. Because if you tell everybody, oh, they're going on sale Thursday at 3 p.m., I can organize my team of bodies to go be ready at 3 p.m. and buy their maximum ticket allowance.
So it is kind of funny, though, because you did lots of things to try to make it take longer to sell, in essence. You cut off early bird pricing.
Basically, the ticket price went up by $15.
Yep. You
everybody last
had
year
a deposit on the hotel this time. You did take checks for the 5 people that wanted to pay with a check, and you sold out in 2 hours. I think the thing is, it's that we promoted it so much on the Alaboom last year.
That's what it was. We had a good old time talking about BGG Con after the fact. I think it's one of the, I don't know. It's cool to own a thing that is so popular. I love it, right? But it took 10 years to get like that. Yep. Like this is not July 12th year.
Well, and you look, and Dice Tower Con is growing incredibly fast already.
Oh, they sold out quick too. I think they sold out under an hour. And they also had like a weird, like 100 tickets got left over, and then that sold out in a minute. Then the second batch went out.
And they're going to grow, and it's going to sell out again too.
And it can grow big because Orlando has lots of big options.
Right.
We have one other big option to go beyond 3,000, and it's called the Gaylord. But the price hotel doubles. Would that slow things down? But then I'm going to a con where I need at least 4,000 or 5,000 people to show up to kind of like make the economics of it work. And then maybe they won't because the hotel price is $200 a night. Like Gen Con prices, right? Gen Con's like $200, $250 depending on where you stay downtown.
I think it's just the state of the hobby right now. The hobby is in huge growth.
Yeah, it's in huge growth. Right, and Gen Con
for RPG.
You guys saw the poll about the Gen Con starting another show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they picked all these cities, not Dallas. The only one I would go to is Austin, because then I could just drive it.
Here's the weird thing about, I mean, in this, I think what people see as BGG Con is that they see it as one. It's like it's the place because it's the community, so they have all these people that theoretically, maybe sort of, but also, and I'm just gonna say from the get-go, they're walking in the door, with the knowledge that they're being handed free games. I mean, because like the door prize thing, and so like they're saying, oh yeah, so it costs me this much, and I'm paying this much for the hotel or whatever.
But we've never promised that.
I know, but I mean, you honestly think you're ever going to stop doing that?
If no publisher wants to give us games to give away, then yes, we would stop it. I mean,
Well-
we gave away $250,000 in games last year.
Well,
So-
exactly, and
Right.
you know that everybody who went said,
That's
"This is freaking amazing." I walked out of the main room. I had 6 games in my hands, and it wasn't like it was like a cheap little
no, they
crap
weren't.
game
There,
either.
there was very little garbage up there.
Yeah, it was
There was
quality
no
stuff.
garbage in my opinion. Every game there was playable and a good game.
I saw a couple, but for the most
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, for the game snobs among us, but yeah,
Well,
no,
here's the thing.
You mean all of us?
Out of all those games, somebody would like that game, and it's a trade. Then it'd be a trade game.
But there was something good in every category.
Yeah, I believe that.
And-
I mean, I looked at I did not know many of the games before I got there, and when I'm seeing like Gale Force 9 throwing up like releases that came out like a year ago, like,
Gale
that's a
Force
new release.
9 put it
Yeah.
up there. I mean, they put some amazing stuff in that pool.
Yeah. And so did Bezier games. There
Oh,
was
yeah.
up there. What else did he put up there? He put up a lot of his good. None of his games are bad. So
Oh, let's see. We had Legacy Testament, Duke Decretia, Neuroshima, Hex 3.0,
Right.
Subdivision,
Ignacy gave away
Something
1,000
I can't
copies of a game that wasn't even out yet.
Bring Out the Dead,
Bring Out
The
Your Dead.
Club, Monster Derby, Homeland, something I can't read, Sons of Anarchy, WWE.
both Homeland and Sons of Anarchy are both really, really good games, and
WWE is a good game, too.
yeah, totally.
Capital Offensive, Convoy, Three Cheers for Master.
But Lance, to answer your question, yeah, I mean that definitely word gets around. Like, oh my gosh, I walked away with $200 in games, so my ticket price average went down.
Oh, there.
right.
Sorry, Daldy. I did find the turd. Game of Thrones Westeros Intrigue, which is a garbage game.
Whose is that? Is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that game's not good. It's a Reiner game, right? I feel like there's
Yeah.
rules missing.
It
I
could be
feel like
played
it was-
with colors.
I feel like it was a game that had more rules at one point, and it got really simplified down. Yeah, we played that actually up in our room, and I'm like, oh, but there was other chances.
But I mean, overall, it was great, man. They did well.
And I hope people aren't just coming for the prizes, but they are coming for that experience. Like, to me, that I've not seen it. You can't really get that experience at Gen Con because to me, it's the Gen Con thing is like it's so big, right? You really have to organize to play something. You guys just go walk into that playroom, and I don't know. I've never attended, right? So I don't know. But do you guys just walk in that playroom with game and play it with people?
We've talked about this, but I mean, when we play games at Gen Con, it's almost by accident. You know, it's like you end up in the same place at the same time as other people, and you find
Someone
some
has the
open
game.
space somewhere. Yeah.
But someone also has have a game because, well, you know, I don't know. How does their library is not.
Their library is a pay to get in.
Yeah.
It is too small, and at peak hours, even if you bought a ticket ahead of time, you won't
might
be able
not
to
get
find a
in.
place to sit and play.
Is it in one of those big ballrooms?
No, it is in a
No.
smaller room right next to the registration line. It is
I've never seen
nowhere
it. I need to
near
go check
big
it.
enough. So let me put it in perspective. The library at Gen Con has been in the same room for the past 4 or 5 years. Look at how much Gen Con has grown in 4 or 5 years and tell me that that's reasonable.
That's not their priority, though, right? Like, their
No.
priority is providing this like gaming mecca where you have
But if that room is
every
filled
single
up and they're
board game.
charging for it, they
Yeah.
could make more money on top of it if they gave it more space.
I mean, literally, you're sitting in that room. You're sitting on these big, long picnic tables, basically, and you are elbow to elbow with somebody who's not even playing the same game as you. You know,
Yes.
it's ridiculous.
It's tight.
It's bad. I didn't touch it this past year, and I
Neither
just
did
found
I.
other places to play. But
Well,
that's
you
the problem.
just go to Hall E. It's a giant airplane hangar with
Yeah,
nobody in it.
Yeah,
And
they
you
do.
don't need their library because you just need a place to play because you just bought 500 new games. So there's crap to play everywhere. Where at BGG Con, I don't have to bring anything. I've got the best library at any convention right there ready to go with all the hot new games. So that's why it's better. You know, Origins has a big space to play open gaming, but the tables are so rough that you're going to get tetanus off of the damn
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, did they not cover them?
Um,
Yeah, those
I think
tables
they
are rough
actually
if you
cover
don't
it in
cover
the library, but yeah, they don't cover most of it. I actually bought disposable tablecloths to
Yeah.
protect my games, and now this year at Origins, I have a neoprene mat the size of a con table that I cut out just to take to Origins to throw down on whatever table I'm going to play on. But they've got this great big space, and the library's mediocre. So
Where did you find a giant neoprene mat?
online, dude,
Oh,
the
thanks.
internets.
The
I can't remember the name of it.
infrawebs.
It's some neoprene supply place, and it's just I just ordered a big sheet of it and then trimmed it to table size.
How much that run you?
$40 maybe, if that. It wasn't
Dude, you find me that link, or find me that place.
I'll see what I
Let
can
me know.
find.
Yeah, because I've been looking ever since. Because basically back when Boards and Bits, rest in peace, was still in business, they had those,
Yeah, they have those table covers, right?
and I have one that I love,
But it's
but
not portable, is it?
no. But I've been looking for another one. You know, and what color is yours, there, Keith?
Black.
Yeah. See, I want a straight black one, just like that.
Yeah, you need neoprene.
$45.52.
Not one of those mats made of a rug. Like the quiver. I got this quiver mat, but I love it. It's on my dining room table, but it's not portable. It's heavy.
I don't mean to give like free pub to somebody who you might not know who I'm talking about, but the game mats guys
Oh yeah,
make really good stuff.
but they're heavy. They're not super portable.
But if you play D&D, man, you can get a game mats MATZ. You can get one that has the tile like right there on there, like it's a giant
stone too, right?
Yeah. So it looks like a dungeon, or you can get one that's grass. It looks like it's outdoors, and then you can just have like, if you have some Dwarven Forge walls, you can just throw them on there, and you're good to go. You don't have to have the floors anymore. I have a ton of Dwarven Forge tiles, and I think they're awesome, but I hate setting up the little like the floors because like you're just always moving around. But like, man, all you need is some walls. So you can just create the stuff on the fly. It's awesome. Good stuff. Oh, looks like Mr. Obscure Reference Game showed up. Where's Waffles?
That's a good question. I've got Bob. I could put him in my lap if you want.
Where's Bob?
Sure,
Hey, there's
Bob.
a game you can back too. There, Aldi. Did you back Overlords of Infamy?
Here, come here, buddy.
Peel off another check on your. Oh, there he is. Oh, puppy.
Say hi, Bob. Or don't.
He doesn't look real happy.
Oh,
That's another good one there, buddy. I'll tell you that right now.
What do you guys think about a blind bid auction for the tickets?
I like that idea. I didn't get one this year.
Oh, okay.
A blind bid auction or a ticket? Tell Aldi you'll send him a free copy of Overlords of Infamy if he gets you a ticket to
I have not backed it, but I will back it.
BGG
I like the art. Looks nice.
Oh, did you just get me a pledge? Thanks for that.
Oh, jeez.
You know,
Everybody be good. Santa Claus is here.
Oh my gosh, my PlayStation is acting up. I hate that thing. I'm gonna throw it away.
I'm Jewish. Does Santa Claus still come to my house in that case?
No, you get 12 days of presents, but they're all horrible, like a dreidel or something. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, buddy.
Everybody, it's Santa Claus.
Hi, Santa Claus.
I think we're talking about me, Keith.
For those of you who don't know, this is Kevin from Board Game Theater. So
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
he's a fellow Minnesotan.
Yeah, sure, you betcha.
He lives like I went to his we did that Blood Rage video this last summer and like he gave me directions to his house and I knew where Fergus Falls was, but like he gave me all these crazy directions and so I'm going down all these weird back roads and all these things, and then all of a sudden I basically find this like really nice house like basically in the middle of the woods in this giant palatial ranch that he has, and you live the life, Kevin.
We're out in the boondocks, that's for sure. We have a cedar log home.
Very nice house.
You got internet though too. That's
Yeah, plus the internet.
Plus the internet. Well, we just got 5 meg up.
what?
Our
Better than
download.
mine.
Yeah. We used to be at 750K, and that was painful.
Oh my gosh.
5 meg up? Ouch.
Yeah, 5 meg up. I've got 1.5.
I said it wrong. 5 meg down, 1 meg up.
Okay.
We're busy giving Aldi the business for screwing up BGG Con this year.
Right.
Woohoo! I got my ticket.
That makes
you
one
did-
of us.
Did you?
Did you get on the waiting list there? I'm sorry. What was your name again? From Obscure Bear?
Berkey. You can call me
David.
Berkey.
David.
No, he's not talking.
Well, no, I couldn't. Well, it sucks.
Berkey.
We gotta fix this channel, Lance. We gotta figure out what's wrong with the lower thirds. We gotta debug it.
It's me. I don't know what the deal is. It's
Use
like,
Firefox. It works with Firefox.
It works on
Yeah,
other
it does.
Hangouts. It works on other Hangouts for me with Chrome.
I know it's
Yeah,
for some reason,
doesn't-
Some with Lance's channel.
This is a Google product.
and I'm using Chrome. You would think
Yeah.
with Chrome it would work, but for whatever reason it just doesn't.
Well, you know,
Did you get on the waiting list?
Barry Dublé.
Barry, what are you eating?
It's a banana.
Croissant.
Oh, croissant.
Well, with Barry.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I got a podcast with Barry Dublé, and when Barry sends me an invite from Google Hangout, I can use all the toolbox. But if I get an email link invite sent like you sent me, then none of the toolbox works.
Oh, that could be a bug to report to Google. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I wonder if there's like another little parameter from Keith, stop bragging.
I'm in Podunk, Seymour, Indiana, and that's what I get.
Hey,
And it's funny, Keith's got the best bandwidth, and he doesn't make any videos, right? You'd be uploading videos in like 2 minutes. When I upload Spiel videos, it takes like 3 days of upload time.
I got fiber optic. It's awesome.
Yes, it is.
Berkey, did you get a hotel room at least?
No, I didn't get a room though yet, so that's the only thing I need to figure out. Hopefully, I can still get one.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that too.
Yeah.
Aldi screwed that up too.
Goddamn Aldi.
And
You could sleep in the glass cock.
So what would you
Joel,
bid if you were doing a blind bid? What would you bid?
Well,
let's
say
just
when you're saying
theoretically.
blind bid, like a blind bid for the hotel room plus the.
No, just a ticket. We have really no control over the hotel.
So
We
like,
can't change the price there.
so let me get. So what you're saying is that would like if you put in, I'd be willing to pay $250 for the honor of attending, and then like
Right.
you compare it to everyone else.
Right.
and-
Once we have all the bids in, you would take the top 2,500.
Well, but yeah, but you're opening the door to like people putting multiple bids, you know, like saying, and then so then they get that and
And
they
then
want to sell it.
scalp
Yeah, then they'd scalp it because like, oh yeah, you can bid 250, but you can only sell it for 110. Well, crap, I'll just wait until after the bid's done. And I'll put my name up first on the waiting list, so I can get the first person who can't go and get the ticket for $110.
Way to shoot holes in an idea. That's good. That's what we do. Like you got to think at the most like subversive way possible to break the system, right?
I don't know. I mean, it's probably. I mean, Brandon in the chat room actually said it's as good as it's going to be. I mean, unless you magically found a hotel that could house an extra 2,000 people or whatever, or whatever. Like
That
you just
hotel
could do
exists. That hotel exists.
Well, yeah, it
Then that
exists.
ruins
It's
the
fine.
con.
But we're not prepared to go to like a Gen Con type management system, right?
But
That's like another company.
well, you say that, but I mean, you got until 2019 to figure it out. So
That's true, and things might change next year.
So hit the pavement. Start working on this. Start earning that $80 million.
Always just charge an extra $50 a ticket and
What if
buy
I
yourself a
charge-
Lamborghini.
What if we charge $200 a ticket?
You'd get it.
I'm sure you would get it.
Yeah.
But
It
would
wouldn't stop me.
would that slow it down?
I don't think
it
so.
would slow down.
No,
where
I
people
mean,
would have a chance who want to buy it could buy
It
it.
would slow it down. I know some people that would probably balk.
yeah, I mean, some people would say, "Screw that! I'm not paying $200."
I mean, if you raise it by $85 a ticket, you're going to buy a really nice new car, Aldi.
Yeah.
That just goes back to
Mike's all quiet. Mike, would you pay $200 to go to BGG Con?
I probably would. The origins because they're pretty expensive. I mean, from my point of view, not being or actually being a vendor, they're pretty up there. So, yeah, as like just a patron, yeah, sure. I think I probably would actually.
How much does Gen Con charge?
I think it's like,
$95 this
It's
year.
closing in on 100. Yeah, it's cheaper than.
So there you go. 5
The
out of
thing is,
5.
You
right
are
here
paying
would
you
pay
are paying
$200.
double to triple the hotel price at Gen Con.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm
you,
happy with
I'm not
Origins
saying that
right
that's.
unless you're 8 miles out or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
4-day
wow.
badge at Gen Con's $90 for
Okay.
pre-registration cost, and you get nothing with that.
Or if you're Keith Collins and you steal somebody else's press
That's
badge.
right, baby. That's right.
Keith
Hey.
Collins totally stole my press badge this year.
Hey, you told me to do it, asshole. Hey, can we be media at BGG Con too, Aldi?
I'll give you a sticker.
Yay!
We don't give media passes out. Oh my gosh, you should see how many media people we get emails from.
Yeah, heck, half
The
the
board game
BGG
media
Con
is massive. I don't know if you guys know. There's probably like 500 different reporters out there.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
I'm sure.
It's
So,
the proliferation of mediocrity, right? If you have a blog, you're a news source.
That's right, baby.
What does Travis?
I'm quoting Travis. Proliferation of mediocrity.
That's Travis. He's like people are famous because they tell you they are.
Yes.
Lance, did you go to the casino today?
Oh, I'm actually sorry. Whenever I have
new poker chips or something.
Well, I actually for the longest time I've played with those crappy dice chips that everybody has when I play poker, and I play poker more than anything else. I mean, I really enjoy it. I think poker is like the best game there is. I mean, it just is. It's really simple, but it's hard to master, and it's as long as you have something on the line, you have to have money on the line or like a contest or something. So there's some reason for you to be doing it, because if you don't, then nobody cares. But anyway, so for my home game, I was one of those things where I was like, I've always wanted a nice set of like casino quality chips, and they're expensive. They run you $1 or so a chip, like sometimes depending on what kind of quality you're looking for. And so I got my bonus for 2015, and I told my wife that's what I was going to use my bonus for, was to get like a set of a large set of chips so I could play a good home game with like really good quality chips. And so you can get samples from almost every poker chip supplier. They'll just send you so you can take a look at them. They charge you a nominal fee like $5, and I got like 12 different samples of different clay chips, like actual instead of like plastic and the metal insert and stuff. So
chip, right?
Oh yeah, I researched so many different chip companies and it was just ridiculous. But anyway, so I'm actually, you probably can't see these real well, but I'm going with these. Yeah, the Majestics. They're actually not too bad. They run about 40 cents a chip. They're a China clay, so they and there's only one place online that sells them. It's Apache Poker Chips, and I finally got, so now I can actually have like all these different denominations and stuff, because like for the longest time I never had like actual like chips with denominations or anything on them, and so I don't know, I was happy, and I probably spent way too much money on it for something I won't use enough, but it's something I always wanted. So
as long as you didn't pay face value.
Yeah, no. See, the thing is that I've always wanted to play like main event World Series of Poker style. So like give everybody 10,000 in chips and get about 20 people and have like a big tournament at the house, and like so that's what I want. That was my idea. If I had 20 people at my house, what kind of chips would I need to give everybody 10,000 in chips and just play? So I'm anxious to get them. They're going to show up on Friday, and we're going to actually play poker Friday night. So
I'll be
looking
there.
forward to it. Yeah, okay, yeah, you show up. You know,
Did you check out the Paulsons? I bought a set of Paulsons like 5 or 6 years ago. I got this crazy 50% coupon from 5-Star Poker or 5-Star something. I can't remember the name of the website. But
well, I'm going to say right now that I
it went
hate
from
you.
$1 to 50 cents.
I'm going to say right now that I hate. How many chips did you get?
1,000, I think.
Okay, well, see, I'm gonna tell you right now that I hate you.
That'll be $500 basically.
Well, yeah, no, because you can't buy Paulsons anymore.
Really?
Yeah,
What do they
because they have decided that they'll only sell to casinos. It was some quality control thing. Actually, what happened was, and I don't know the whole thing, but one of the big things was that they were supplying these chips in California. And then California took them to task because they said that they were weighing down their chips with lead, but they
was a lead slug.
well, no, there's the actual clay. They were putting lead in the clay to make the chip,
Oh.
and
So I've got lead poker chips?
yeah. So seriously, if you have them, like don't chew on them, don't put food near them or anything like that. I mean,
Okay.
they say if you play, always wash your hands afterwards. I mean,
All right.
if you're a casual player of the game of
we don't.
poker, then it's no big deal. But like basically, what happened was the people in casinos that were dealers and stuff in California. I mean, there was like they kind of had one of those things where it's like they could very well have, you know, because they didn't divulge, you know, what they were made out of or everything like that. There was a health hazard, and so at some point down the road, like I think it was in 2011 or 2012, Paulson just stopped selling to consumers, and they only.
So Apache, do you have to pretend you're at a casino to get the
No,
Paulsons?
see the Paulsons, the third market Paulsons. There's tons of them. Like your set out there that you paid $500 for,
Yeah.
you could easily sell that for $2,000 right now. Not that you want to, because you got $80 million or whatever. But I mean,
I do not. I got the James Bond ones. I've seen those.
yeah, those are pretty sweet. James Bond and the classic Paulson are the two that everybody looks for. Also, Top Hat and Kane.
Top Hat, Kane, yeah.
Top Hat and Kane.
I went through what you went through. I got all the sample. There was this website called 5-Star Deal or 5-Star Poker where we bought tens of thousands of poker chips for BGG, and we stickered all of them, and then we started giving away, selling them, using for the poker tournament, stuff like that. And they sent me this coupon. I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. Awesome.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will. I'll just. You want to send those to me? That'd be great.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, just you can forget about that the Viking AT ID. You know.
Oh, okay.
What is that beeping noise?
That's my bomb.
That's what we call a faulty PlayStation 4.
What's wrong? What'd you do to your PlayStation?
It's a common problem. I don't know actually how to fix it. It just randomly does this beeping. There's nothing I can do. I mean, I could pull the plug.
No, you don't have to do that. I mean, have you contacted them? I mean, they'll.
No.
Sony's pretty good about it.
It's like their eject button triggers itself. Just because.
Oh yeah.
RAM,
No, seriously. That I actually the is yours your PS4? Is it like one of the very first ones? It was like the first gen.
Might be. Yeah, I bought it right when it came out.
Okay, so there was actually a huge problem with the eject mechanism for the PS4 that affected about it was like about 5% of the units. I actually had to send mine back in because it wouldn't eject it wouldn't like eject a DVD. Like a Blu-ray, it understood. A game, it understood. It wouldn't eject, so I had to actually open it up and do the manual eject to take DVDs out and stuff like that. And then, eventually, it just broke. And then when I sent it back in, it was one of those things where I called them and talked to them about it. They're like, "Oh yeah, we know exactly what it is. Just send it in." And then it was still under warranty. And they, I mean, it kind of sucked. I was out without my PS4, for like 3 weeks, but. It was funny when I watched the information about it. Like the day it got there. It was something like 8:30 package received, like 9:05 unit given to technician. It was like 923 unit packaged. Shipping label added. It was like they knew exactly what was wrong with it. Opened it up, basically slapped in the new thing, threw it on the pile, and then 5 days later it was in my hands. But it was just like so it's like and then nobody can find out. The PS4 people, like, nobody can find out, like, them saying, oh yeah, there's something wrong with it. Like, nobody says it, but it's just like they know exactly what's wrong with it. So contact them. They'll take care of it.
An Xbox 360. I think I went through 4 of those.
Oh yeah, I red ringed 2 or 3 of them.
I ended up on a 5th one, and the 5th one's been going forever.
Yeah. It was such a joke between my friends and I because my Xbox has always died that I actually went as the Red Ring of Death for Halloween one year.
I remember exactly what I was doing when I had my first Red Ring of Death.
Did you guys try the warm towel effect?
Yep.
What were you doing, Keith? What were you doing?
I was playing the new Elder Scrolls game right after it came out, and I was just getting going in the first city you come to in Oblivion, and all of a sudden it just red ringed right there.
That's the worst
before I even
feeling.
knew what red ring was, because it was new. It killed me.
You don't have any of those problems with the Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, I used to love my Dreamcast. I still have mine.
I just
still
gave
have
mine
one.
away. I gave mine away. It was sitting in my garage forever. Just cleaning it out.
Dreamcast
I
is
love
an
that
amazing
thing.
system. Actually,
Definitely ahead
Dreamcast
of its
did have
time.
one problem. Dreamcast had the problem with the controller, the visual unit in the controller, I think it was, that would die relatively quickly, and then you couldn't use it.
You also had the other problem with the controller in that it sucked.
Oh, it is.
Did any of you guys play Seaman with the microphone?
Easy.
No.
Does anybody know what it is?
No.
That's not how you pronounce that.
Seaman. It was Seaman.
It was.
It was the weirdest video game ever.
Well, here, I was. This was it. There's a hotel in Fargo, and it is called the Come On Inn, and there might be a chain for all I know, but there's a hotel. It's right out the interstate, and it's like it's C''MONINN, like Come On In, and it's a nice little hotel. We used to actually. When LAN parties were a thing, they had a really nice boardroom that you could rent for a day for like $110, and we'd all chip in, and we'd all bring our computers there, and we'd play like whatever freaking LAN game we wanted to play. And but when I delivered pizzas, a guy called up, and he called the pizza place I was working at, and he's like, yeah, I need a large pepperoni or whatever, and he's like, okay, where are you staying? He's like, I'm in room 107 at the Seaman Inn. And I was just like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, the Seaman Inn. The Seaman Inn. It's right over here by the interstate.
What was the name of that pizza place again?
He's like, you mean the Come On Inn? Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
What was the name of that pizza place you worked for? Pizza.
Oh, there was tons of them. I worked for the big chains. I worked for Domino's and Pizza
Patrol?
Hut. Pizza Patrol was like
Pizza Patrol.
Giovanni's like little Pizza Patrol. Really?
Pizza Patrol's the one
Pizza
that
Patrol.
you said less than pleasant things about.
Well, yeah, I mean they were crooks. They would one of the things they'd always say was they'd like you got your little bag, like your little and the thing was, it was just like they were just begging people to rob you, because you got your little, like, basically the bank deposit bag is what you carried all your cash in, and so you'd start working at 5 and you'd work till 3 in the morning, and so you'd just get cash and cash and cash and cash, and then they'd never bank it just because of whatever, and so then you had these little tickets where, like, basically it was like, oh, and you put the little ticket on your little stub, like where it is. So at the end of the night, they take all of these little like pink like slips of paper that had like the total, and they take that whole thing off, and then they total up the amount of deliveries you took, and then you had to have cash and checks in your bag.
Credit card stubs.
Well, no, that was before credit. Maybe you didn't take credit cards. You just didn't. This is ancient history. Yeah. So it was, you had to have the cash and check to cover their total that was on there. So the thing is that they told you to like take the to like take your tips out as you went through the night, but nobody did. It was like, oh, it's like, yeah, the total was 10.18 and the guy gave me $12. Could you please, you're gonna dig out 82 cents or whatever out of the thing and then and then move on to the next one. It's just like nobody did. It was just because it was impossible. You just couldn't keep it going in your head. And so the thing is if you turned your bag in and it was over, they said, okay, you delivered $500 of the pizza and there's $550 in it. They kept the $50.
It wasn't your tips.
Yeah, it was your tips. So one of the first things the guy told me when he worked here is like, the first thing you do, he said, is he's like, take like $200 out of your bag before you hand it over, and then they'll say, yeah, you're short $87, and you'll say, oh, okay, here's $87. Otherwise, they just keep the money because they're a bunch of crooks, and the owner was an alcoholic.
Penalize you for being short?
Wow.
No, it was just that was just the way they did it. And the thing was, it was like, and I knew guys that worked there that actually, like, when they wanted to make more money, I'd watch them do it. They'd be like, man, I'm not making any in tips today, and they just walk over to their board and they just like rip a $20 pizza off there and just crumple it up and throw it in the garbage, and just, oh, look, $20 more right there, and just like, just stuff like that. It was probably not the, but they were just, they were the only place that paid you by commission. Everybody else in town paid you per delivery, like a quarter delivery, and they pay you by commission. And they'd say, look, so like whatever it was, 4% or 5% of the food that you delivered, they'd give you that back, because like that was your mileage, that was to pay for your gas, which didn't even come close to paying for it. And their mentality was like, oh well, and their big thing was they were the big cheapo pizza place for the colleges, because they're like the student special was a large pepperoni for like $6.99 or something like that, and so it was like $7.32, and you never got tipped by a college because they didn't have any money. They couldn't afford the 50 cents or whatever it was. And so, but they were like, well, yeah, but you're going to take like 9 or 10 to the college all at once, so it makes it worth your trip, and it never did. But here's the deal. So like every once in a while I'd be working, and like somebody would call up and say, order like 20 pizzas, like for some party or something like that, and I'd be like, oh sweet, this is like $400 worth of pizza. I'm really cleaning up on the commission here. And then they say, yeah, we're just going to give you $1 for the commission, because it's really not fair to us for you to get all that money for that. It was like that was the way they worked it over there. It was just they didn't give you breaks. They said your break is riding in your car listening to music. That's break enough for you. They had
so shady.
they had people, like, their car would break down, like a guy got like his car broke down, or like he got hit like driving his car, and then you'd call and say, yeah, I got like somebody ran into my car. I've got to call the police, and they got to come out here and do the thing. And first they'd punch you out, for like they go to your thing, clock you out, and then they'd send somebody to the spot, not to see if you're okay, for somebody could pick up the pizzas and then get them delivered.
They got their priorities in order, man.
Oh, it was a family-run business, and like the dad was an alcoholic, and he would show up just boozed. I mean, like his nose was just like Rudolph. It just glowed, and he would just show up completely hosed, and like he'd stumble around in the back. One night when we were working, there was and this is horrible. There were two stores. There was one in Moorhead and one in Fargo. That's like two cities, Moorhead took all the phone calls, and they'd call the Fargo orders over. So, okay, just keep that in mind. So I'm working at the Fargo store, and we're waiting. And every once in a while, like, it would get so busy that there would be nobody inside the building. Like, everybody would leave on deliveries, just because it was just that busy. And so, like, and they try to call over the orders, but if nobody answered, they just knew that we were all out on deliveries. Well, so this was so weird. We were actually, like, we ran the pizza place out of the back, like out the back, it was basically there was a gym that was called like the West Acres Sports Center or whatever, and like they took like 3 rooms of this and they rented them out to us. and we just ran deliveries. So like there was no sign, no nothing. You wouldn't know it was a pizza place unless you knew it was there. And so the owner's son was all gassed and drunk at some party, and he called up and ordered, like, he wanted free pizza sent to him, and like a 12-pack of soda and whatever. And so the guy who was working, the manager, was like, well, screw him. We're not giving him free pizzas. We're busy as heck. So we're just like going crazy and like deliveries. And I come back, and when I come back, I see the other driver. There's only 2 drivers on the night. He's my buddy of mine. And he's just sit outside. He's like, don't go in there. And I said, what's going on? He said, just don't go in. And so I'm like, what the heck? And so I walk in because I'm curious, and the owner's son is like screaming at the manager because he hadn't had his free pizzas delivered yet, and he was in there just completely soused trying to make these pizzas. And they're having this shouting match about it, and like it's just you can imagine every 4-letter word possible. And then and while I'm in there, of course, it was like 30 seconds later it came to blows, and so the manager's son or the owner's son and the manager are like wrestling around on the ground, throwing haymakers at each other. The manager's girlfriend, who didn't work there but just hung out all the time, calls 911. The cops show up. Just like, it was just a horrible place to work. And so I walked back out, and my buddy said, told you. He's just like...
But was the pizza any good?
It was, it's, if you were drunk, it tasted really, really good. It was
it was college pizza.
It was college pizza. They had a breakfast pizza. They were like the first place in town to have breakfast pizza with like, eggs and that kind of stuff on it. And it was really good. Breakfast pizza was pretty awesome. But other than that, it was pretty forgettable. But yeah, that was.
Their tagline is "Delivered pizza that doesn't taste delivered."
Yeah. you Googled it, huh?
Yeah. Well, their website is pretty.
Is the phone number still 241-9000?
Yeah.
Yeah. 241-9000. Yeah. They actually moved. They actually moved to a 24-hour for a while. For a little while, they were open 24 hours a day. You could get a pizza delivered.
Their website is 241-9000.
Yeah. And then, and then they went to, and I think they're open till like 3 a.m. now. I think is
Are you ordering a pizza to Lance's house right now?
I don't think they have online. I don't think you can do that. Yeah, there you go.
Aldi has a telephone.
that is the new location. They used to be across the street, but this little strip mall opened up, and so they opened up that one right there.
There's the breakfast pizza.
Yeah, and
I will give you $20 American if Lance's BGG badge has Pizza Patrol's logo emblazoned across it when he picks it up.
And the theme song is like Pizza Patrol. We really gotta have the Pizza Patrol. The Breakfast Supreme. That's the bomb. That's the bomb diggity. There you go.
Junior Gold B Golden Spud invite.
Now, I'm nearly positive. I'm almost positive that there were so many great stories. I shouldn't say great stories. There's so many like horrible stories about the place. Like the owner's daughter, who also worked there, who was one of the biggest thieves in the joint. She would like steal money from drivers all the time. But anyway, so she was married to this guy. I can't remember his name. But she was married to this guy, and it was like the worst kept secret in town that she was cheating on him all the time, like with delivery drivers. And so then the guy actually gets diagnosed with lung cancer, and it's just like everybody's like, oh my gosh, and because and because he was hospitalized for such a long period of time. She got like a serious boyfriend on the side, and it was just constant drama. So the thing is that when push comes to shove, like her husband was actually a manager at the store, and they finally got divorced. They had like 3 kids, or they got divorced, which fine, whatever. You don't love each other anymore. It's done. He actually recovers. His cancer goes into remission, and he came back to work there. And he worked like right alongside both her and the delivery driver boyfriend, and he just sat there and just worked. I was like, I can't imagine like the Like, just having to go to work every day and seeing that. But yeah, he did. As far as I know, he still works there. But yeah, no, that's all kinds of crazy stories. I've worked so many crazy jobs in my life. It's a little ridiculous. Sorry. There. Done talking about Pizza Patrol. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're hungry and you just left Vic's Lounge, a thin crust pepperoni from Pizza Patrol tastes pretty good.
I'll keep that in mind when I come visit this summer.
I'll take you out for one, Dave. We'll go get a. We'll see if Owen. That's what the guy's name was. We'll see if Owen's still there. I'll see if he can give me a deal on a
You gonna come to
breakfast
a Twins
supreme.
game with me?
I'm going to. My wife and I are going to. I actually bought the tickets. I think it's June. I want to say it's like it's the weekend before Origins.
No, I won't be there. I'm going in July, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them play the Red Sox on Saturday.
Oh, I think we're messing with the Indians. Yeah.
Chief
something.
Wahoo.
I'll be right back. Bob needs to go outside, I think.
So Kevin, what you been playing lately? You're always playing new stuff. You play anything new lately?
Yeah, just for first time played Battlelore 2nd Edition.
What'd you think of that?
I liked it a lot. Played it with my son. We played 3 games of it, and I always like Richard Borg's designs anyway, so I like the commanding colors, and like Memoir 44, we played that mess out of that when Josiah was younger. But yeah, we had a really good time with it, and looking forward to actually trying out some of the expansions, because I can see it needs a little, after a while it might start to feel a little bit samey, but lots of scenarios. It looks like that'll be a game we'll pull out and you can whip it out, in an hour.
You can whip it out.
I was
All right,
laughing.
get the sound bites.
Whip it.
Hey, did you play First Edition Battlelore by any chance?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I've always wanted to know. I never played First Edition Battlelore. I've always wanted. I'm sure there's somebody out there who's compared them, but I'd like to know what was different between the two.
I got a really great story though about Richard Borg. We met Richard Borg at Gen Con. Josiah, for his graduation, we took him and his best friend and his father, who's a good friend of mine, to Gen Con for our first time. That was in 2012. And we met Richard Borg at a great big Overlord event that we signed up for. So I had this awesome time with him. Well, last year I went to Dice Tower Con with my daughter Gabrielle for her graduation present. Well, anyway, we go there and we see walking on the sidewalk Richard Borg and Mike Fitzgerald. And
awesome.
Yeah. Crazy awesome. I love both those guys. And Richard recognizes me from 2 years ago when we met him, and Josiah was the commander of the whole Overlord game that we played. And long and short of it, we took some pictures, said hi, and all that kind of stuff. And I had met Mike Fitzgerald at Gen Con when Diamonds came out. And anyway, we're in the restaurant, and Gabby and I are sitting over there. And Richard and Mike walk into the restaurant. They come over and say, hey, why don't you come and join us? Well, who strolls in but Eric Lang? And so we sat down and had dinner with Richard Borg, Mike Fitzgerald, and Eric Lang, and what a blast. And Richard, he's such an awesome guy. He's kidding around with Gabby, like he's grandpa. And it was just a great bunch of guys. That was really a great memory.
That is pretty cool.
They're great.
They're great.
They
They're
are.
just great.
Trying to get Richard to come on the BGG cruise. Him and Mike, not Mike Fitzgerald, but the other Mike. Mike used to work at Hasbro. Can't remember his last name.
Hasbro Mike, yeah.
Hasbro Mike.
Yeah, him.
What's his name?
I don't know. Are you actually asking me, or are you just?
No, I'm just talking out loud.
Okay. Barry, you don't play anything new ever.
I played something sort of new.
Dazzle us.
I really liked it too. Murder in Hong Kong. Deception.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I prefer the original CS Files.
CS Files. Right, that's what we had. We had that at BGG Con, the CS Files version.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Did anything change between that and the Ray Fox games besides the sprinkles?
The name.
We found. I mean, I had a great time.
That's
it
a
was
big
like
one.
it was super entertaining every time. I was never the forensic scientist or the murderer, but I was the accomplice, or is that what it was called? The accomplice, the person who helps the murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like many times, and it was just every time was kind of different. It was fun. We found it a bit too easy. Like typically, like the location of the murder and the I don't remember the terminology, but like the was it the form of murder or something like that? I can't remember. You know, the two that are always the same cards.
I think one of the things I think you almost, and this. I mean, you shouldn't game the game, so to speak. But I think one of the things you almost have to do with that one is you have to make sure. I think what you need to do is I think you need to put out the. And I'm trying to remember the order, but I think you do need to put out all of the possible like clue locations, or the clue boards, prior to people picking their cards, because otherwise, if you get
You
like,
can get isolated.
oh, you can
one
totally, and
second,
it breaks a little bit. So if you and the thing is, when I recently played it over at I can't even think Con of the North. One of the things is that if people like had like their murder way was like poison, snake, spider, it was just like and and I was like, okay, let's just go ahead and take 2 of those back, and here we'll give you chainsaw, and I was just like, because if that person got it, I mean, either way, I mean, if they weren't the murderer, then you could eliminate somebody pretty easily, and then and if you were, then you were just kind of
There's rules in the game to make it harder, where you give everybody extra weapons and clues, so it kind of makes it
I mean, that
a little
was
harder to isolate. But we were getting isolated like on the first turn, like because I was the accomplice so many times, I could see the other people zoning in on it, like their first accusation, right? Like, oh yeah, it's totally obvious. That's the only possibility on the board. How did But it was kind of funny with all those cards out. The fact that you can describe the killer's cards with just 2 clues. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it does have that infuriating moment when you are the forensic scientist, and you're trying to like push them to somebody, and then like you can feel them like
Going in a different direction.
getting it, and at the last second they like turn away, and like you're like, no, you
Well,
like.
then that's the time for the witness to step up and.
Well, yeah, but the witness, it's a delicate.
We had a great time with it. We were like, one more time, like we were done for the night, and some people had to leave, but they stayed because it was just so fun.
Yeah.
So that was new to me. Not really new because it came out last year, BGG Con, but I had not gotten a chance to play it.
Well, and if the murderer and the associate can kind of tag team a little bit, they can do a lot of deflecting to get them off one of the clues. And so after you've played it a little bit, I love that.
To me, I was like, I'm being so obvious here, like coming up with the most crazy, insane story to like get the murderer out of the, like just coming up with some ridiculous connections that no one would possibly believe. But I think I might have gotten a few people to believe me. It's hard to know after the fact because it just goes so quickly. You're just like, oh, it's over. We don't have much time to discuss it. So play again.
No, it is. I think it's way better than Mysterium, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah,
I thought it
agree.
was going to be very much like Mysterium, and it's almost nothing like Mysterium. People were describing it to me as Mysterium with a trader, and I think it's more of like Avalon.
I still like Mysterium better.
Well, I mean, they're so different, but it's so much faster. If you want to play
Correct. It is
a communicationless game, yeah, or a communication
Polish,
game.
Polish Mysterium or U.S. Mysterium?
U.S. Mysterium with Polish Mysterium rules.
Yeah, there you go.
See, now I think we talked about this, but I'm the opposite. I like the U.S. version.
Ah,
It has okay. So maybe I haven't played it enough to knock it, but the finale is so great. Like the tension of it.
The reason I hate it is because it encourages you to intentionally miss to get
Screw
enough
up.
clue tokens
Yeah, that part
to
is
be able
hard.
to see more cards, and
That
that's
part is wonky.
stupid.
That's
I just like
the
the end.
problem with.
The end game.
Hmm.
Yeah, all the weird kind of like I'll miss this on purpose to get my points or whatever.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
yeah,
But
that's
they have to do it, or
you don't
I was-
get to see enough.
you don't get the points. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather just have. The only thing I would do from the U.S. version is I would keep it the same as the Polish rules, except at the end, I would go ahead and do the voting to determine instead of having everybody agree. But I'd let everybody see everything.
But I like the blind vote and no communication.
See, I
I
know
don't
because it kind of breaks the fact it's a co-op
Yeah,
game where you've
yeah,
been
exactly.
cooperating the whole time and now you're not.
But let me
Why
just
the
say,
hell not?
I do love both of them. They're both great to me.
Yeah.
But I've had some games with the finale that have just been so crazy tense that it just I can remember those games.
The last time we played it, we just blew through the game. It was insane. But what I like about
I'm ready for new art.
what I really like about the American version is the ghost screen. And
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can play with the Polish. I did play it one day with Dixit cards as the Vision cards to try it and see how it works.
Yes, I was about
Do those
to
work?
stick cards.
Heck yeah, it did. We won too.
Yeah.
They're less subtle than. So you know how you may look at
There's some
Mysterium
direct
card, and
there's
you'll
some
be
direct correlations in that artwork.
yeah, because in Mysterium a lot of times you'll look at some of the background stuff because there's so much detail in there, and Dixit cards have a little less detail, and so the cards are either absolutely useless or home runs. It seems like for Dixit cards, but it absolutely works. If you have Dixit, you've got all the Vision cards you would ever need to play that game.
You know, back to Deception Murder in Hong Kong, we started a gaming night at our local library, and Mysterium versus Deception. Deception worked really well as a gateway entry-level game to get new people to play. It was so accessible so quickly. And
Yeah, Mysterium's a big investment of time and
yeah.
rules.
Damn that time.
Speaking of absolutely nothing related, I played Epic Roll. I don't know if you guys have tried that.
What? What game?
Epic Roll from Summon Entertainment.
Never even heard of it.
Epic
Oh.
Roll? R-O-L-E?
Yeah, R-O-L-L. It's a lot of fun. I actually met
Sounds
the guys
made
who
up
made
to
it.
me.
Yeah,
I've
it's
never
definitely
heard of
made
it.
up. Yeah, I met the guys who made it at a couple of LA conventions.
It's definitely made up.
Wow, it has so little traffic on BGG. 5 ratings?
Yeah, it needs
It's like
more
under the
traffic.
radar,
It's a very
yeah.
fun game. It's a very fun game. I also played Study in Emerald 2nd Edition with relatively new gamers. That was fun. It was my first time, and it was a little bit daunting when you're reading the rules because you don't exactly know what's going on right away. But once we got into it, it was very fun. We had a good time, and I think we finished the night by playing Viticulture.
Yeah.
Yeah, Epic Roll, very cool game.
Epic
I like the
Roll.
artwork. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really well balanced too.
Never
What's
even
your
heard of
favorite?
this.
What's your favorite player count with Viticulture?
Viticulture, I would say 4 players is my favorite. But I've only tried it with 3 and 4, and I liked 4 better. So
You like it
Limited.
tighter.
yeah, I mean, well,
Kevin, you're killing me tonight, okay? I know Just the I can make a soundboard with you with your comments this evening.
It's full of innuendo.
Yeah, you like it tighter, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't?
Just where your mind is, buddy.
Did I hear somebody mention ghost stories earlier?
Like the game ghost stories or like actual ghost stories?
Yes.
Oh God, don't get him going on ghost stories.
Which one?
The stories, not the game.
No, wait a minute, time out. I can't say you mean A or B and then you say yes. That doesn't.
Actually, that's kind of my thing. I do that all the time.
No, I mean seriously. Which one do you mean?
The game. I thought I heard somebody mention the Ghost Stories game.
I don't know if anybody did, but that's a great co-op. It's brutal. I mean,
I hated it the first time I played it because we were playing it completely wrong and we got destroyed in like 3 turns. And then,
you can still get destroyed in 3 turns playing it correctly too.
Well, we tried it again with the proper rules about a week later, and we got to the final boss and lost. And then we were like, screw this, we're doing it again, and we ended up winning. So we went on our 3rd try, which I hear is a lot better than a lot of people.
I played I have played like 5-player games of like Arkham Horror that we've lost in 2 turns. I mean, like 2 complete circuits around the table. And just like you just can't get anything going. You get somebody devoured. You know, just like. But yeah, it's that game can beat you. But yeah, Ghost Stories is almost worse because Ghost Stories will string you along before it pulls the rug out from underneath you.
Yeah. I like it a lot now that we're playing it with the right rules, though.
Good luck finding all those stupid promos.
Yeah, I haven't even tried.
I think I've got the Steven Seagal one laying around somewhere.
The thing is with that, it's like, and I realize that whatever, but I mean, they could make so much money if they just said, you know what, here's all the little single card promos and like the guardhouse and all that stuff, just put in a little box, sell for $15. They'd sell a ton of them because there's got to be a ton of people that own Ghost Stories now.
Yeah.
See, I got $1 million ideas, just nobody ever listens to me.
You should try making a game about your ideas.
No.
It's too lazy.
Yeah. I got no time. So.
Speaking of, I'm not sure if I joined too late to miss the praise party or not, but Taetti is doing awesome. Congrats to them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
He is there. Mike's still listening. He's probably.
He's still alive.
He's just twiddling his thumbs, having a good time.
The conversation on the pizza shop is very entertaining. Good conversations, guys.
I asked since you had told me about ghost stories, and that's fine, Keith. I'm going to tell one because this isn't really a ghost story, but I heard another one of those stories that like totally sounds like it's an urban legend. But I remember I asked those group of people, and like I said, has anybody got a good ghost story? And like the person, I'll give you the really abridged version. So basically, this girl lives in this apartment with 2 other girls, comes home late from college. They're living in like in a house, like renting it or renting a floor of the house or whatever. And she's coming in the house she walks in the front door. It's like 2 in the morning or whatever. It's dark. She doesn't want to like make any noise or anything. But like she sees that like there's like some dudes sleeping on their couch, and so like she thinks it's like, oh, it must be like they had mentioned they had a friend or something who was gonna be in town. So like, okay, there's some dude sleeping on the couch or whatever. Goes to her room. And then, but she's still kind of creeped out, so she just, never locks her door, but locks her door to her room for whatever reason. And then, as she's trying to sleep, about a half hour later, she gets woken up by, somebody drumming their fingers on the door.
Thanks, appreciate it.
And, and then, of course, she starts freaking out, and so then she's, thinks the guy's drunk or something and being stupid, so she calls, texts her friends in the other room, tries to get them to wake up. They don't answer the phone, tell your friend to stop being weird. And then finally she calls them, and then they answer the phone, and they're all tired, and she's like, would you tell your friend to stop being all drunk and weird? And she's like, we don't have a friend staying here. And so, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, then they'll call 911, and some guy had broken into the house, and like was being all weird. But there's more to it, like but it seemed, but yeah, just it's one of those like it's just true enough that you could possibly believe in it, but also it has that perfect urban legend hinge to it, you know.
That's super creepy.
Mm-hmm. It would be super creepy, but probably not real.
Repost is selling all the cards on their website.
Who? What?
Repost.
Yeah.
They're $1 or they're €1. Most of them
Thank
are
you,
€1.
Paul Tompkins, for pointing that out. I just saw it.
They're doing what?
They don't have the Infernal Die, but they have all the cards, the promo cards, the Ghost Wars.
I still need one. Wonder what it is.
The Macho Man, the YMCA, the Village People.
I think that's the one I need.
That's the one that was like really hard to get.
Huh.
Macho.
Here, I can actually like check my. I realize now I need to like seriously do two things. I need to one update my collection
Yeah.
on BGG because it says I own 351 games and that's
not
like
true.
that's like yeah, take that times 3 at least. And two, I need to just massively purge like a good 500, 600 games and just realize
That's what I just did in January. It's crazy.
I'm never gonna play it. Yeah, so
Hard work.
if you live near Moorhead, Minnesota, and you want a good deal on games,
If you got us one pizza patrol, I'm buying. All you gotta do is reorganize my game shelf.
Hopefully.
I'll trade you a breakfast pizza for Blood Rage.
seriously, it would at least just to log the stuff that
How far behind are you? Like 500?
I'm guessing I haven't seriously updated my collection in 5 years.
How many games do you think you have? Like 1,000?
Yikes.
Probably, yeah, it's over 1,000. It's got
That'll take you 3 days. I'm speaking from experience.
Well, if you had a decent
have a
website for me to use, that like when I click on it, it takes.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh,
It takes days.
thanks.
No, I mean, I'm just going through the quickest way, where you just do quick search and like you click one button, you say own. Like that's all I was doing.
That's pretty much what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
faster.
there are times, and this is I'm not saying this to bark at you, but I mean there's times like I'll click on search and it'll just hang and just sit there like I'm stupid.
Man, fire the programmers.
You get a real internet.
I gotta fire my ops guys.
Yeah.
What ops guys? Oh wait, I don't have any ops guys. Yeah, I'll fire myself.
How do you fire yourself? You're like worth $80 million. No,
We're trying to speed things up these days, man. I mean, as you've seen BGG Con grow, the site grows in every month too. So, in traffic, in resources needed to keep it up, etc.
Now, if you could only get them to quit blocking it at work.
I know.
No,
Stupid
it's
net nanny.
can you get my office to block it, because all I do is waste time on there all day.
Does BGG.cc work for you, Keith?
I don't know. We'll try it. But remember when you gave me the direct IP and we were using that at first?
Yeah.
Even that doesn't work now.
You got to make buddies with your IT group.
See, that's the problem. My IT group has nothing to do with it. They use a third-party service that just
Nanny or something?
grabs everything related to games. And
Yeah.
you'd be surprised the stuff you can look at, but games are the devil.
They don't want you playing games.
Well, Nancy just says no.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Golden Geek Awards?
No.
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 Is that still a thing?
That's
I
stupid.
didn't think that was still a thing.
It's the 10th year, man. It's 10th annual.
It's rigged.
10
Yes, we
years.
talked
Oh,
about
I didn't see the Alaboom didn't get nominated for anything.
Yeah, no, that's when I quit looking. I decided I wasn't voting because of that.
Yeah.
You guys got to make a podcast, man.
What do you think
I
this is?
don't love the podcast category. I kind of like bent to peer pressure on that one.
Can we popularize it, like with the Oscars, like hashtag Golden Geek So White or something like that?
Yeah, Golden Geek. Yeah. Golden Geek So Cardboard.
So cardboard. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, okay, so 10th year.
Yeah.
So what's what?
We took away the abstract games category and the children's games category.
Why? I mean, abstract, fine.
So I
I'm
went
not
back
going to complain about that. But why children's?
People don't know what children's games are.
Well, because you hate kids.
No, but so if I was to put up children's games this year, I bet. Let me look at the games. Like stuff like Above and Below would get nominated as a children. You know what I mean? Like that's not a children. The nominations for children's games are never really children's games. They're adults games that people like to play with their kids. That's not a children's game to me.
That's a family.
Right? Like a Codenames. Like that would be probably nominated as a children's game. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So those nominees never make sense, and so I just stopped. It always turns into like, what's the best game for a family that I can play with my kids? That's always what it turns into. So we kind of just dropped it. I might bring it back I mean, I wouldn't mind to do if people. The thing is, I don't think anybody cared. I don't think I got one complaint.
Can we point out how many new messages you have?
Yeah, I got a bunch.
That's his thing, though. That's his
Yeah.
thing. He thinks he's all cool because he's got all that stuff.
I reply through my email client, and that works on BGG if you reply through email.
And why wouldn't you? When I did that too, I hardly ever reply through BG. I just do it through my email too.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think will be number 2? What will be Board Game of the Year in second place? Or do you think any game on here has a chance to beat Pandemic Legacy?
Yeah, I think Blood Rage does.
Yeah.
Codenames will be up there.
Well, I mean,
Time Stories will be up there, even though I'm ranking it 16th out of the list.
The thing is that okay, like all the pandemic morons are gonna go, Pandemic Legacy, make it there. Which fine, whatever.
Morons? What do you mean?
Well,
I take you don't like it?
Have you played Legacy?
Yes.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, if I had to Blood Rage won because Blood Rage is awesome, and then far. I'll give you my top 5 from this list, and then everybody else can chime in with their wrong decisions. I would go Blood Rage number 1. I would go Gallerist number 2. I'd go Food Chain Magnet number 3. I would then. Oh man.
Have you played Kingdom Death Monster?
I have not. I didn't spend $8,000 on the Kickstarter to get it. So.
Yeah, but it was cheaper than Cthulhu Wars.
12 days to put it all together.
I would for number 4. I'd actually probably go Isle of Skye from Chieftain to King. I just recently played that, and that's really good.
Yeah, it's good.
That's
under the radar.
That's totally a perfect medium weight game, and plus it's kind of fun just putting your thing together. And then 5. Well, I mean, I don't. First of all, I don't think. I mean, I love Orleans. I do. That's a game that came out last year. I mean, it's cool that it's on there.
Or 2014, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an anomaly with our date system that we have because that technically came out in 2015.
So I probably like Orleans more than Mombasa. So if I had to pick, it comes down to those two for that. But Mombasa is an excellent heavy Euro as well. There was a glut of really, really good heavy Euros this year, which made me very happy.
Oh yeah, there's a ton.
Say, Scott, I got a question for you on the demographic of users that are voting on this. What is the demographic breakdown from North America versus Europe?
Oh, that's a good question. I've not really investigated it. I'll have to do that after the voting.
Does that heavily influence the outcome
Right.
of these.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people in Europe probably can't get Blood Rage, right?
Right.
Yeah. And is there anything on here that's like European that it's hard to get? I don't know. I know Voyages of Marco Polo has been hard to get. That thing's out of stock every time I go looking for it.
I got it.
And is Above and Below only Kickstarter, or did it go retail? I think it was only retail. It's gone retail.
I think it has. Yeah. That's
And
all.
Kingdom Death Monster, I know has only been Kickstarter. So for a Kickstarter only game that you cannot buy in a store to get on this list is actually pretty impressive. The one that I was kind of surprised was Tricerian did not get on here.
It's good. I will say right now that Tricerian's good. It's another nice heavy Euro. I wouldn't say it's heavy as a. I mean, what bugs me on that list is that like Nippon isn't on that list, which I thought was amazing.
That could be one of the ones. It's not been released in America.
Like heck, it ain't.
Is it out now? Well, it just came out. Like maybe now. I mean, I don't believe you could get that game master.
What was that, my friend?
Did you nominate it?
I don't nominate things.
Lance does not deal
There
with
you go.
He'll just give his opinion, but he won't participate.
Don't
He hates
judge
BGG.
me.
He hates BGG.
I don't hate
I mean,
BGG.
What's impressive? Yours is a mass market game on the list. Right there in
Which
the
one?
2-player games. Risk Star Wars.
Oh yeah,
From the 2-player, yeah.
but that was
It's
like
a
a
good
throwback
game.
to Queen's Gambit, right?
Yeah, it's a simpler version. Yeah.
Yeah, a worse version. I'll just play my copy of Queen's Gambit, thank you.
Well, what about the people who don't have it?
Well, you know what? I pity them for not playing the superior game. Oh.
I like the Dungeons and Dragons Dice Masters. I thought that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't
I
think
tell you, as I go through the list, I didn't think about how many good games there were last year, and then I go through that list, I'm like, man, there's a lot of good games.
That list is making me realize I need to play more games.
Oh, it's impossible. I mean,
That's the trick, right?
imagine trying to play all
Hard
these.
for me to pick a favorite because it's just kind of okay. That's my favorite for the moment, and it depends on my mood. Sometimes I'd rather play Blood Rage, or sometimes I'd rather play Above and Below.
Well, see, and that's it. Above and Below is a really good game too. I mean, it mechanism-wise, it isn't, like very deep, like as far as the whole resources and things like that. But I mean, just as far as like an enjoyable time,
Fun.
it is.
It's got a high fun factor.
Now, Above and Below, I believe, has what I call the exploration trap. Because if you want to win, you don't want to explore constantly, but you want to explore constantly because it's the most fun thing to do in the game.
Yeah.
The
Well,
best way to win that game is to farm.
If you're playing Above and Below to like win, you're playing the game for the wrong reasons. I mean, it's the journey in that game, totally.
Agreed.
And I'm looking forward to
the exploring
spiritual
only
successor.
will not win you the game.
So here, like artwork and presentation, it's just like it's like the game in there, Discoveries, and that was one of the better games of last year. But this just for whatever reason just isn't there. I don't know.
Discoveries?
Oh, you're talking about for art?
No, I mean it was just a good game. And it wasn't even nominated in like the top games. Discoveries was great.
Yeah, this came out early, right? I think the Golden Geek is somewhat.
It was released at Gen Con.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd be curious to see like how many of these were Essen, how many were Gen Con, how many were Nuremberg or earlier, time-wise.
Baseball
kind of
highlights
spread all over the
card
year.
game.
Yeah, see, Baseball Highlights 2045 was in the 2-player category and the card game. But for me, I would have that was my top 3 game of the year. I just love that game.
Yeah, Baseball Highlights should win. Mike Fitzgerald, like that's his opus.
But
seriously.
Baseball Highlights has been really hard to find. So
I got a copy. Woohoo!
Yeah, that game is amazingly good.
They got a bunch more coming out of it. That's our next board game theater episode coming up here in just about a month. But we're going to actually have Mike Fitzgerald on the show, doing a play-by-play And
Yeah,
I just,
he's good
I
at
think
that.
that guy is so brilliant.
He's an ex-radio guy, so he's really good at that.
It's going to be crazy. Yeah, he's so fun.
The living legend, Mike Fitzgerald. Artwork and presentation, though. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I think Ashes has awesome artwork. That
It-
artwork
I think
is
it's
really
a-
great.
It does. It's too bad. It's too bad that that game is in dire need of expansion at this point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it can't come
Coming
out.
soon.
Yeah, it needs to come out.
They're getting ready to come out with them. So
Well, and that's fine, but I mean, that's the thing. They should have had an expansion like 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's too infrequent. Like, I love that game; it's fantastic. But I find myself wanting expansions, sooner and sooner. And I feel like the delay between the release and the actual expansion release is way too long.
the fact that it's taken over 6 months is a little bit of a long lead. I think it should have been a little bit quicker.
Ashes was Gen Con, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys played?
No, I think they had an Origins. I think.
It released at Gen Con.
Have you guys
Yeah.
played the Bloody Inn?
I have played the Bloody End. I played that at a convention last year.
I love that artwork style.
Yeah.
So good.
It's pretty crazy looking.
I've not played the game yet.
Hey, it was
It's
okay.
been sitting in my bag for like.
It's a game that you play it and you'll say, well, that was a game. I mean,
No, it's not. It's not.
Well,
tied
no, I
to the
mean,
theme.
it's no. I mean,
It's not bad. It's not good.
It's fun. It's just, but it's like you'll play it and you'll say, well, I could. I mean, if somebody set that up and said, hey, will you play Bloody End? And you'd say, oh yeah, sure, I got nothing going on. But I mean, it is a game that also you would never, you're not going to seek it out. You get done playing it and you could say, well, I could never play that game again, and I'd be totally fine. Or I could play it again tomorrow and I'd be totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that. That's
Just average.
Yeah, its theme is much better than its gameplay overall.
Yeah.
For me. And you have to like the kind of sick theme that it has, but it's all right.
You have to like the story of America's first serial killer, that guy that had the hotel in New York that killed people.
The
You ever read
hotel
about that guy?
people, or he did?
No, he there was some guy, I forget what the guy's name was. He built a hotel and then he had the ability to pump gas into their rooms. So he could knock them out and then he would he actually had like laundry chutes set up that were big enough to put a body in, and then he'd shuttle their bodies to the basement, where then he would smother them, bury them in the basement, and then he'd rob them. So basically he did. If you just do it like America's first serial killer, you'll find everything. I forget what the guy's name is, and then. So it was right at the same time as the first World's Fair or whatever in New York, and so there was all these tourists and things like that, and that would stay and then he'd kill or, it was a horrible human being, and it's pretty awful. But yeah,
It's interesting how many artwork and presentation nominees are also card game nominees.
Well, it's because you're looking at the cards.
I guess with cards you can just go crazy with art.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 300 cards or whatever, that's what you're seeing. I mean, with art, then you have Flick 'em Up, which that's okay. Yeah, cool. You have all the wood and the box has that nice painted cover and everything like that. But
that's more of a presentation thing, right?
And I don't think that time presentation, Time Stories, that's presentation. The artwork wasn't anything amazing.
It wasn't bad though.
Steampunk Rally, I don't even know that game.
Steampunk Rally is awesome. You haven't played that game?
No.
Yeah, that's an awesome game.
Oh, cool.
You basically use cards to build these crazy contraptions that are basically literally click on that second box. There you go. Click on that one. Yeah. And then when you nice. This is loading quick. This is really nice. You'll notice that. You notice that there's the little dice and everything like that.
So you can customize.
You customize your creation, and then you'll notice how there's the little links, those little circles, so you can know where they hook together.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of got a little bit of Galaxy Trucker going on, because you build it up
certain things, certain places.
But then each one of those, like, creates different types of, like,
Powers.
resources or energy that, like, allow you to power other things, that allow you to do other things, and so on and so forth.
I'm gonna need to nab this out of the library. Roxley did that mining game. What is that?
I know exactly what game you're talking about. Gavin's awesome, and he's got a game.
Drilling something.
Super Motherload.
Super Motherload, which is awesome. I love Super Motherload.
I wanted to play that at BGG and I forgot.
And Gavin's got another game coming out here that's Santorini, which looks.
Oh yeah, that looks ridiculously good.
And that, read about that game. That game looks like it'll take, like, it says it takes 5 seconds to learn, and like everything I said, like, he sent me pictures of the prototype for it, and he's gonna get that in my hands a few days before the Kickstarter goes live. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying that out. I mean, Super Motherload was great. The Steampunk Rally was amazing, and it's out of his print run's gone. You can't find it anywhere right now.
Yeah, I did the Kickstarter, I think. I remember receiving the box.
And then but Santorini, I think, that's gonna go over like crazy.
Keith, did you get Warhammer Quest yet?
Yes, I did. I got it, but now it's available again. So, but I got it. I paid more for it to get it earlier.
Did you play it yet?
Yeah, I played a little bit of it. I won the first quest finally after getting waxed pretty hard the first time, and then I just blew it away the next time. It's a solid little game, but I haven't played many games recently, so I need to get it back.
Yeah, I've only gone through the first dungeon a couple times. Every time you teach the game, you have to go to the first dungeon.
Yeah, I chose a different pairing of two heroes, and I did much better with it that way. So I like it. I like that. Once I learned kind of how things work, I think it's pretty fun. Well, I'm getting ready to duck out, guys, but see, by the time we meet next week, I will be 3/4 of the way to my goal, which is going a little bit slower. So
Congratulations.
I'm going to share this hideous photo with you. That's at the start. And
Hey, do you realize that your shirt is did the printing wrong?
Because you're looking at it in a mirror there?
Oh.
That'd be one. And so now today, this is the same shirt.
Nice.
Good for you. That's awesome.
It actually is loose at this point.
He actually just stretched it out, so don't be too proud.
I did. Well, I probably did some damage when I took that picture that I showed you. But
so that was since Gen Con?
That's since October 27th. Is that photo was taken October 27th?
That's amazing results.
So I've lost 74.2 pounds as of this morning. But February's been a bitch. It's been going really slow. My metabolism started to adapt to my diet, so it's been more of a struggle. Yeah, it's been a bit of a plateau. I mean, I was bitching pretty hard this morning about it, and then I actually looked at the data because I felt like it hasn't moved at all this month or through February. So if I look at my data back in February 4th, I was 249, and now I'm 236. So I've lost 13 pounds.
13 pounds in 1 month is ridiculous.
That's very good.
But it's way slow for what I was doing, because I was losing 4 pounds a week for a while.
Yeah.
So
I said it before, I'll say it again. You should be very, very proud of yourself.
You look awesome. I mean, that picture is drastically different. Sure.
Yeah, I tweeted a picture of my belt, but I kind of did what Larry Lemke told me to do, and I've got this belt.
Extra holes in it.
This was my hole at the start of the diet, where my other finger is.
Oh my gosh, that's the inches.
Wow.
Look how many inches that is.
It's 8.5 inches.
Wow.
Oh man, I'm totally gonna go and just capture all the audio. I'm gonna have button bar. Now I'm gonna have all this say, "Whoa, wow! Look how many inches that is."
How many video on it? Yeah, that's amazing. That's great.
So yeah, it's weird because I started doing some outdoor
I
activities.
definitely need to do something like that myself. Wish I could do it.
Doing a competition that actually required me to run, and I ran, point A to point B to point C to point D, and I was not winded. That was something else.
That's fantastic.
Well, you weren't carrying around 4 bowling balls.
I was carrying 70 pounds less than what I was used to moving around with, so it's helped. It's going along.
You should be very proud of yourself, man.
I'm still trying. Still got ways to go.
Good for you. That's awesome.
I appreciate all the support all you guys have given me through the whole process. So.
Yeah, kudos, Keith. That's
But
fantastic.
ignore the fact that Origins when I'm eating the ass end out of everything in Columbus, Ohio, because I am celebrating.
Is Origins like a foodies town?
Oh
It's
my God,
Columbus,
Origins
right?
has such good food.
Like I've been to Columbus before, and
Origins
I guess
does have great food.
must have never found that area.
But
It's all right around the convention center too.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've never been to that area.
I
We were
heard
always struggling to find stuff.
we ate hot dogs from a place called Dirty Frank's. I know that was the best choice that we ever made, right? And the next morning we were not feeling happy. That was like 3 of us.
Oh my.
I
It
hit
came
North
highly
Market for
recommended.
lunch. North Market is all you need for lunch, and then you can go hit like the Melt and Barley's and some of the other stuff. And it's all good food.
So that's driving distance for you too, right? It's like an hour.
Me, it's about 3.5 hours. But
Okay. I guess my geography's off.
Hey Keith, before you go, and this is kind of for everybody else also, I've got my credit card out. So if you guys were to pick one game from the
show
Golden
it to
Geeks,
us. Prove it.
Yeah. Make sure, can I get a what's the 3-digit number on the back? You know?
Oh, in that case, it's 555. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, if you had to recommend one game from what we were just looking at, the list we were just looking at, what would you recommend?
Let me bring this back up. Hold on.
One game. Oh my goodness. And you have nothing in the list at all. In this.
No. I have quite a few of them. I'm probably gonna end up buying a few suggestions that everybody
Do
gives.
you want multiplayer or 2-player?
Yes.
Both.
I told you.
I would say 7 Wonders Duels for 2-player.
Yeah, that's a really good game. If you don't own Blood Rage, you are dead to me.
I have that.
Rage, too.
I have Blood Rage.
Okay. I would. I mean, if you like heavier Euros, you can't go wrong with any of those that I mentioned, like the Gallerist or Mombasa. Both really good. Gallerist,
I have
you
Gallerist.
might. Okay, good. Mombasa, you can still pick up cheap. It hasn't gone out of print yet. Another really good heavy Euro. Geez, come on. If you don't have Isle of Sky, I would definitely pick that up. It is more medium weight, but it is
That's
really
Red Raven,
good.
right?
Isle of Sky? No, that's Mayfair.
That's Mayfair.
Mayfair.
Ah, okay.
I mean, if you can find Food Chain Magnet, get that.
You may want to wait to reprint. The prices are really high.
Yeah.
Codenames has provided me with quite a lot of fun. That's a party game, though.
I have Codenames.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't own Baseball Highlights, that's pretty amazing.
I have it. That one's a good one.
Or
We
Leon.
didn't really get to the strategy game.
Yeah, get to the strategy games. Come on. Hurry it
What's
up
up with Early On?
It's great too.
Orlean Deluxe is great.
I don't think you can find that though. That was a Kickstarter only. But you can just get the regular one too.
And it looks beautiful. Any like Nippon and strategy, great. Mombasa, great. Grand Austria Hotel, great. Isle of Sky, great.
Marco Polo is awesome.
Marco Polo is awesome.
is definitely in my top 10 games.
If
like
I were to recommend something, I would probably recommend Marco Polo if you're wanting a Euro game. That's easy for people to get into, but you're going to play it different every time you play it, depending on which guy you get. And that's what I'm
I'd
big
actually
about.
go Isle of Sky instead, because Isle of Sky you build your thing, and I really love that whole thing where like basically you set the price for the tiles.
That's a cool mechanic.
I like
mechanism.
Isle of Sky,
Mechanism.
and
Mechanic?
Mechanism.
Okay.
Isle of Sky destroys
Potato.
Carcassonne for me.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, wow.
if you're still playing Carcassonne,
I'm not, but as a tile laying game, it's a better game.
it is a better game. No, Isle of Sky crept up on me how good it was. So.
It is good. It's abstract though, right? Like it's.
Oh
there's
yeah,
not
it
much
could be
into it.
anything. But I mean, you are building your little, you're building your little kingdom with those tiles. And the thing is, that's the coolest thing about it is that you get the 3 tiles or whatever, and then you decide how much they're going to be, and if somebody else is going to steal them from you. And yeah, I mean, it's just, and then of course there's all these little icons on there.
And the game's like infinitely replayable. Like all these rules change, and they're dynamically drawn at the beginning of the game, so you can change the game drastically.
And those rules changes, like basically it tells you during this round we're going to score ships, windmills, and cows. And so then that's what you have to do, and and things like that. So
That's interesting. Isle Sky is also the cheapest one that you guys have mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's
It
definitely
is definitely very cheap.
Huh.
but it's cheap in price. But I mean, it's still that's a quality game.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got a plenty of money to waste right now.
It's great.
Oh,
But if
well.
you don't like bidding, don't touch it.
honestly,
I like bidding.
I don't think there's.
Oh,
a,
he's spending his Kickstarter money before he even gets it.
Don't tell. God. How am I supposed to embezzle money if you're going to tell everybody? By the way, I want to make sure that I say it. Thank you. Thank you, Scott, for your pledge. I appreciate that.
no problems.
Yeah, same here. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate it too.
Holy cow, Mike's still around.
I am still around. I'm going on like 3 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours, so I'm kind of in and out. So you have to excuse me.
I'll tell you right now, following Aldi on Kickstarter is one of the most fascinating and frustrating things at the same time.
Why is that?
Well, because I find a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
However, I get spammed like hell.
I've definitely slowed down.
You're back like 6 or 8 at once, right? It's
Well,
like,
I gotta catch up. It's harder and harder to keep track, man. It's really.
it is. I'm sure I'm frustrated.
Kickstarter has exploded. It's
If
hard.
Blood Rage doesn't win for thematic game, I think there's something wrong with the universe.
Hey, our friend of the show has a game nominated on there, by the way. Robin Lee's game is nominated for print and play.
Oh, is that his?
He's one of the he's one of the original boomers, but he doesn't bother showing up anymore. So
And he's been busy.
oh, whatever.
His game's getting.
I hope his game loses. I hope his game blows up in his face.
They posted the artwork for it today because Z-Man's publishing.
The ugliest game I've ever seen in my life.
That's super nice of you.
Well,
Yeah,
Robin
that's
used
our
to be
land.
Robin used to be our Estonian connection, and he's not. He doesn't show up anymore.
I'm sure he'll be back when he can.
You'd
All
have
right,
to get
guys,
up at
I'm
4
going to
o'clock
bed
in the
for real.
morning, Lance. You know.
Hey, Mr. Collins, go make some more ammunition.
Yep. Good night.
Sorry,
See you
dude.
later.
Have a
Take
good
care,
night.
brother. Family game, I would say out of that list.
Non-code names. I like Cacao. Cacao has been really.
Yeah.
Cacao's good.
Mysterium. Is that a
New
family?
York 1901.
Oh yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
I mean,
that
these
is
are.
good game.
Oh no, I got it. Between Two Cities. Oh my gosh.
Between Two Cities is
Yeah,
fantastic.
I would have to say that
Yeah,
and
that-
Lanterns are my favorite.
Lanterns is good, yeah.
Yep.
Between Two Cities, I don't know, man.
What's
It's
the
after
song?
like the second or third play of Between Two Cities, I was like, well, I don't want to play this anymore.
Has anybody played Best Treehouse ever?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, my daughter and I played it. It's good.
I hadn't heard of it. I mean, I heard of it, but I hadn't noticed it. Before.
Isn't that one of Gilmore's designs?
I think it's Scott Alms, isn't it?
Alms.
Okay.
I think that's, if I remember
But
correctly.
it looks like a very it's a small box kind of card thing, or no? Like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those little games from Green Couch, which the guy who runs Green Couch, that Kotarski guy, he's really nice. If you ever meet him.
Yeah, we love that New York 1901. Our families had a ton, and that's like their first Blue Orange's first real
strategy. Yeah.
strategy game. But it's just so accessible, and the fun factor of it, I think, is great.
There's little. I loved Karuba too, and that's kind of just come out from.
Haba.
Abba.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that it has not been done before.
I don't quote me on this, but I think that's being. No, wait, that's not the game. Never mind. Carry on.
It's one of those games where you call out a tile, like a number, and then everyone has to play that tile to their board. So if I call out like 31, everybody goes through their tiles and picks out 31 and plays it to the board. It's kind of like a bingo thing where you're calling out numbers.
Bingo!
But everybody then and you're
So
trying
like
to
Rise of Augustus?
no. I can't remember if that's like Raspberry Oasis. No, not exactly, because you're trying to get everybody's board sets up the exact same at the beginning of the game. You put your
Yeah, I would say everybody's bored.
You're trying to get your adventurers from the beach to the temples and match the colors, right? Like, so this purple guy right here has made it, and the blue guy's made it. But every single tile has been called in the same order, and you can see how drastically different this guy did it versus this guy. So, I liked it. It's a family game for sure, but it's quite fun.
So you say.
It is.
I love how like it's
do you ever play like Take It Easy or Take It to the Limit?
One more time.
Take it easy or take it to the limit.
Thank you, Barry.
I hate Eagles, dude. I hate them. Effing Eagles.
I've had a really long night. I hate the fucking Eagles. I love how like Karuba is $34.99 retail price. Our price $33.29. They must have one of those weird like you can't discount our game.
Is it not discount? Oh, is it on like Cool Stuff right now?
Cool Stuff sold out, but Miniature Market has some in stock.
Is there a price on there?
It's like retail price is $35, but they're selling it for the low price of $33.29.
Could be getting one of those.
Well, they don't have a huge American distributor, do they? Papa?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
It's a new line from them, right? Their Family Games line.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. It says Game Night Recommended on the front cover.
Well.
We picked it. Not that Game Night is super unique, but it was kind of funny to read it.
Yeah. I don't know. So anybody got any cool not board game stuff going on?
You don't want to talk about board games anymore?
No, I'm just I'm actually stunned how much we haven't sub-referenced this evening. It's been
we've stayed on topic.
It's been very gaming centric. Other than the travel down the path on
Pizza Planet.
Pizza Planet. This is not Toy Story. Okay, we're not on Pizza Planet.
Right.
Oh, you kind of. Never mind.
There it is. Game Night approved.
I did a hangout with Ian O'Toole earlier, the designer, artist for Nemo's War. It was a pretty interesting talk.
Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, the second edition.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Oh.
We're talking about board games. Can't talk about board games.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. I gotta show something. I gotta brag about something. Here, hold on.
What the hell's he gotta brag about now?
So are you just getting into the hobby? Why can I not remember the name? David. I'm sorry.
No, I've been playing for 4 years now, I guess, okay. And then and I've made my own now, which is on Kickstarter that you just backed. But no, it's just basically when you're putting all of your focus on one thing, everything else starts to go to the wayside. So I haven't really caught up on a lot of the games this last year.
Yeah, this year's been tough for me on gaming. I was sick almost all of February, and I wasn't up to gaming or anything. So I missed. We have this thing called Dallas Games Marathon in Dallas, and we have Nerd Night, and I missed everything. So.
Are you going to Origins?
I think we're going to go to Origins this year. It'll be the first time for us. I need to actually look into that.
I'll be there.
Oh, cool.
I actually kind of wanted to get a booth at BGG Con in November, but I think it's too late for that.
That's long sold out.
Maybe next year.
Typically, yeah, come when. Well, I guess you don't have a ticket. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Oh, the Aldi will figure something out.
Well, try.
Oh, I did have. I gotta go, but I had one thing that I wanted to say first, and I thought that you might like this. At Lance, obviously. So we were adding another character to our game, and we were letting everybody vote on who it would be. And for the longest time, it was an undead character that was winning. So I figured you'd like that. It was the dead pirate Rob Hearts, which was a play on the Princess Bride, obviously. And it was
Inconceivable.
yeah, it was basically a zombie pirate that ate hearts instead of brains. And right at the last second, literally like the last 2 hours, it got overtaken by a hyper intelligent, posh type talking Tyrannosaurus that wears a top hat and monocle.
Well, actually, I like the talking Tyrannosaurus actually more. So, anyway, here's the thing I want to brag that I got in the mail the other day. So yeah, that is the Darkest Night second edition
That's beautiful.
for their upcoming Kickstarter that's coming out. And this is they went over the top, amazing on this one, just like they did for
Really
Nemo's
nice.
War. So I can't wait to play this, and then
Did they redo all the cards and stuff?
they redid everything.
Wow.
Look, can I see the little standees?
No,
Are you allowed to show it?
I don't know. Can you get me a hotel room at BGG Con?
That doesn't sound fair. I
agree. It doesn't
It's
feel
not a
fair
fair
to me.
trade.
It doesn't feel fair to me either for not. Why is my camera all fuzzy? Oh, there we go.
It's lost its focus.
Auto zoom. Yeah.
Your video is definitely a lot sharper than it used to be. I know you were complaining about the bandwidth, but I think it definitely upped it.
Plus everybody else is asleep, so nobody's watching.
Oh, nobody's streaming.
Nobody's streaming Netflix 24/7. It's kind of weird, like on not to be all but like Saturday, it's like my wife will like kind of go into our bedroom and she'll like watch whatever show she's watching, and just like like House or or just whatever show that she's interested in, and then I'll usually end up sitting on the couch just playing my PS4 or something. Because Saturday is the one day I might game, but I don't do any video stuff or anything like that. I just because every night I do video stuff, so it's like that's the one that I do. So, but my daughter will always like sit down on the couch and she'll just sit there and she'll just take out her iPad and that her grandmother like got her because she spoils her rotten. But yeah, she just sits there and puts her headphones on and just hangs out on the couch and she watches her little Minecraft videos, and I sit there. It's like the best night, the best time of the, even though I'm not doing anything. It's just like
Just
super,
hanging out.
Oh, it's just
In each other's
relaxing.
presence. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
remember those times.
It's and like every once in a while she'll like just just totally cool. But yeah, that's like our Saturday thing now. It's like a lot of fun. Then I hear her giggling like a little guinea pig as she watches whatever. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that drives me crazy, and I realize it's like, so I'll work like I'll bust my ass to get some video done or whatever, and then and I'll be super pleased when like I see it gets like 1,000 views or 2,000 views or something like that, and then like I see like some moron talking over himself as he's like running around through a Minecraft world hitting goats and just squeaking like it's just unintelligible gibberish, and then I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm like, 3 million views, really? Just like,
Dude, go explore the whole subculture of toy opening unboxings.
my son,
It will make you so sad.
my 4-year-old son, he will, when we give him video time, that's what he does. He watches
Toy unboxings.
these videos of parents videotaping, or I shouldn't say videotaping, making videos of their kids playing with toys that companies have sent them.
I have not seen those type of videos.
Oh yeah, go check out Hobby Kids, like Hobby Kids TV. Like I hear that, and I'll be sitting in the room and I'll hear the Hobby Kids TV, and it's just like it's this family of like 5 or 6 people, and that's what they do. They just sit there and they actually do a fairly decent job with like editing and special effects and things like that. But each one of these videos are just like the 2 or 3 kids like playing with some toy, and it's like got 8 billion views. It's just ridiculous.
We're still, it's humbling, right? Like we're still, even though we've been growing as a hobby, we're just still like a niche market. It's got a long way to go.
It'll get there.
Oh yeah.
I gotta go,
Eventually,
guys.
those kids will start growing up and watching.
All right,
Oh,
Dave's gonna leave. So if you're
Yeah.
watching this, go check out Overlords of Infamy from Obscure Reference Games on Kickstarter. Check out.
it's a great name for a company.
There's a video there from some well-bearded gentleman that talks about it. You can learn how to play the game through him.
I
Got
did.
2 hours to
One of
kill.
the best ones.
But no, it's a really good game, and so yeah. And how many days you got left on your campaign?
I think we're at 13 days right now, and we're thanks to Scott. Actually, we are $96 away from a stretch goal.
Awesome.
Scott, come on, give him another $96.
No,
You screwed him out of a hotel room. You won't let him have a booth at BGG Con. The least you can do is just give him $96 more.
Okay. That's expression. You talked me into it.
if that actually happens, then thank you both so much. I'm gonna go to bed. Taetti, good job on.
Thank you very much,
campaign
and
too.
same to you, David.
Yeah, for sure.
Congratulations.
Take care, guys.
See you, Dave. Thanks for joining us.
Definitely got a lot of what are these called when people give quotes that they like the game? Testimonials? Yeah.
Those would be quotes of people that like the game.
Testimonials. No, I was looking for the word testimonials. There's a
Okay,
word.
I believe you.
Saucy.
Sorry, I don't know. I'm not even in a grouchy mood. I'm in a.
I might have to buy the dragon sheath.
I still have one.
I dumped out my dice collection this weekend, and it's unreal.
Oh, I've got a giant box disk. Oh, hey, I went through and I threw away 2 40-gallon trash bags of prototypes that I had. Like
Wow.
just basically, like I recycled what I could. I took the stuff out that I could, but like all the cards and like all the stuff that I couldn't do anything with. But and I haven't gone through everything because I dumped all the components. But this is my fishbowl full of cubes so far. Of
Are they
just
mostly
wooden
wood or plastics?
These are all woods.
Oh, wow.
Or some of them from my previous Taetti.
Maybe.
Yeah,
No,
You should have a bonfire.
actually,
You should have a bonfire, Lance. Can you do bonfires out where you are?
No, well, yeah, we can. Actually, no. I have the original Taetti still all together. So if you ever wanted that back, I can definitely send it back for you. There.
Oh, no problem. Just keep it for keepsake, and 5 years down the road when I have the 3rd edition printed, you can check it out and
There you go.
laugh at all the changes we've made.
But yeah, I know. And then this is one of 2 of these things that are like full of all the other bits and everything that I'm.
Let it focus for a second. Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
There you go. Oh my gosh, that's a ton.
Yeah,
Wow.
so I filled that with like dice and plastic and just whatever
I bet
little
you could auction
tokens.
that off or something.
Well, for what? Just
Do it for charity or something.
giant boxo. I do love when I get these guys instead of meeples.
What are those guys?
Like
I
this.
recognize those, but what are they
Here,
from?
let me click on myself. So these are like the not like they're like the super cheap. I shouldn't say that because they work perfect. I mean, I could care less about but they are like not really wood. They're kind of like a resiny plastic.
Yeah.
But I'll get games like that have these for the instead of meeples.
Right.
And I have a bunch of these guys. I don't know why. I just like these more just because they're all blocky and they have
They're
these.
better. They're better than those plastic popples, like the plastic pawns. You know that are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're like,
yeah.
that are hollow.
second-generation
They're
pawns.
hollow. Those are the cheapest. I mean, I hate games with those.
I mean, I have, I have all kinds of like weird components too, like like dice for games that I can't use I won't be able to use for anything else. You can dice with weird things on the sides, and I finally just had to get rid of all the stuff because I was just my wife. I did a giant purge down in my basement. It isn't nearly as dirty as it was. I can actually string up the house hammock again, which I was pretty happy about. But And then you get meeples that are different. These guys are like tall meeples.
That's from Europa.
Well, no, it's from tons of games. I have tons of these guys.
Oh, is that? I think it's used in Europe. I'm just trying to think of like in production games that use that shape.
Then the classic rocket ships.
That's from Impulse.
Well, also tons of other things. Let's see what I got here. I got some weird car. I have no idea what I had that. So this is all like just stuff.
Plastic?
Yeah, plastic. And then yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just.
That's fun.
Well, no, I think
it's looking at that stuff.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's just like, oh, yeah. I don't even know what half of it's from anymore, though. It just, but I don't know.
Yeah, auction it off for charity at Game Designers Workshop.
At a Game Designers Workshop. Look at this weird meeple.
That's a weird meeple.
It is very weird. Yeah, it's wood.
Huh.
It isn't like you're saying.
Yeah, he's more he's doing a tea stance.
Who seriously would want a giant box of random?
I guarantee you, if you put that out at BGG Con, it'll be gone in a second.
People go crazy over it.
I mean, there's some stuff on here like like wooden discs and stuff that are actually useful.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine why anybody would want this.
Game developers want bits and pieces for inspiration all the time. It's a thing.
If you say so.
I guarantee. I've heard it.
Like they just want random stuff. I mean,
so at the Gathering of Friends, like they do this prize table thing, right?
I'm following.
They draw your ticket number. You get to go pick a prize from the prize. You put a prize on the table, you take a prize. And like as soon as Alan Moon's number got called, he took this giant box of prototype pieces, just like that, like a prototyping kit. I mean, that's not exactly a prototyping kit because it's it's just random stuff, but people want that stuff.
I'm not cool enough to get invited to the Gathering of Friends, so I wouldn't. Yeah.
It's not a matter of being cool enough. It's I don't know. It's I've talked to him about he wants a certain size, right? He would. I don't think it's not like he's trying to make it exclusive. It's just he only can do 400 people, and that's it. And
well, they go through some weird nomination process too. It's like
there's a process, yeah.
And then like you can nominate somebody, and then I also heard that if like you get nominated and like you can't go for some reason, it's like you'll never get invited back or something like that. I mean,
I don't know if it's that draconian, but
I don't. I mean, I heard it was very like
it might be harder to get back in because there is definitely a nomination and selection process, but at that point you're supposed to commit to it. Like before you get to that point, you should really be like, yeah, I'm coming.
Well, but isn't it like it's like 10 days long or something like that? It's just ridiculous.
10 days long. It's actually more than that, but you could go for it's like over 10.
Yeah, I mean that's just
that 10 days flies by like a kid in Disney World. I don't know what it is.
You say that, but I mean I'm weird because at conventions.
Yeah, you miss you have kids and stuff, right? Like that. So
yeah.
I mean, I miss Michelle.
What a horrible human being I am.
I miss Michelle, but it's like I'm in the middle of Candyland, sort of, and like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, and you're like, okay, well.
Yeah, I don't know.
The time goes by fast. Something I was going to ask you. Shoot.
Whether or not I wanted a hotel room at.
It just went out of my head. Oh no, I was going to say, what's up with Barry? What are you doing?
I'm putting batteries in something.
Oh, okay. Is it time for the Barry 15?
Let's go with the Barry 10. I want and I'll even hang around this time. So.
Oh jeez.
This is the Barry 15. The Barry 15.
You need a
listen to him ask questions during the Barry 15.
Okay.
Stop putting batteries into your love toy there and.
It's so much fun. No, I got.
Is that a virtual reality?
You know what that looked like? I saw that.
Virtual
you know what
reality.
I thought it was for half a second?
It's a magnifying glass thingy.
Yeah, you want to so you can find your wiener? No.
Yes.
No, I saw that and I immediately thought of the guns in the movie The Black Hole. Remember, like there were that weird gun that they held like this and then they
like
shot.
A double barrel top and bottom thing.
Can you imagine having to shoot with your pinky? How your pinky just wouldn't be strong enough to actually that'd be crazy.
Gosh, the Black Hole was so awesome. I loved it.
Black Hole was great, except for like you're watching it, and all of a sudden, then they get to the trippy thing at the end where they're going.
There's no ending. Yeah, it's
and you're a kid, and you're watching that like.
exactly.
What the hell am I
Yeah,
watching?
It's dark for
I watched that when I was
Disney.
like 4 years old. I love that movie.
Oh my gosh, it had such an impact on my life.
Oh man, Maximilian with the
it's a
rotating
Disney flick,
blades.
right? Oh my gosh, yeah, that scared the crap. I still have like bad thoughts about that. Anthony Perkins, right?
Anthony Perkins, yeah, like totally psycho guy. Puts up the book to try to stop it, and yeah, it goes right through and kills him. I thought the freakier one was the where they take the lady and they put her in the thing. They're gonna like give her a lobotomy or whatever. And remember the laser on their head. Oh man, that
movie is dark. That is a dark movie.
Well, yeah, because like didn't he like basically kill like all of the other people that were on board and give them lobotomies?
Sort of like what was the? I'm trying to think of
Maximilian
and what was the other guy's name? The human.
I can't think of it. I mean, too bad. But yeah, and then I mean, there were all kinds of. I mean, there Ernest Borgnine was in that movie, and like you said, Anthony Perkins.
Roddy McDowell.
Roddy McDowell. There you go.
Slim Pickens.
Yep. Who did the voice of the old robot?
Wasn't that Slim Pickens?
Yeah, he did the voice of the old robot that died or whatever. Like, you know,
well, he distracted all the lasers. Remember, he was distracting the laser shooting.
Yeah.
Like he was running across flying across the thing where they were shooting at him, and then he dies because he got shot. But he saved everybody else, right? He was distracting everybody.
Yeah, and then they went into the black hole anyway and went to Satan's world or whatever the heck it was. It didn't make any sense.
Like universe with a Maximilian human combination, right?
Yeah, which like I said, you're a kid and you're like, what the hell am I watching?
I process it.
That was actually a Disney movie, which is really.
Yeah, that's the other weird thing. Yeah, totally. It was a Disney movie, but. Ugh.
He's the bad guy.
I'm trying to remember the name of the actor too, and I can picture him. And I mean I don't want to look it up because that's cheating. What was the name of that actor?
What part did he play?
Well, he was the main bad guy.
Is it Maximilian?
The main bad guy. Okay.
Maximilian Schell?
Well, Maximilian Schell was the actor, wasn't he? But I mean.
Yeah.
But the robot's name was Maximilian, though, wasn't it?
Right, the robot's name was Maximilian as well. Dr. Hans Reinhardt.
There you go.
Was that him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like Austrian. He is Austrian.
Yeah, and so like basically they went to that they went to the black hole, and he like set them up so they couldn't they wouldn't get sucked in or drained or whatever, and oh, God, I can't remember. Hey, Aldi, not that I want to spend a bunch of your money today, but did you ever watch like the G.I. Joe cartoon?
Just in a very brief way.
Okay, I mean, you didn't know, you don't remember G.I. Joe?
I know G.I. Joe a little, but it wasn't a thing for me.
Oh, because there's a Kickstarter that's got like 9 hours to go, and they're like 2,000 away from. It's called Venom Assault. That is that like totally is like basically the guy decided he was going to make a game where it was G.I. Joe versus Cobra, and it's awesome.
Is it a board game?
Yeah, it's like a deck build. It's even it's a cooperative deck builder.
Is it a legit license? There's no way.
It's just called Venom Assault. So it's like instead of Cobra, it's Venom.
Oh no, I backed this already.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know it had anything to do with G.I. Joe though.
Yeah. So like totally like, and I'm like, so but then each one of the cards you take is like either a plane or whatever, but the cards themselves are like the code names of the different different troopers or whatever. So like.
So this is only like briefly touching the IP, right?
It's basically if you know what it is, you know what it is.
Right.
But it's like
those Firefly games that aren't Firefly.
Yeah, totally. So it's it's one of those things where it's like
I don't know if it's gonna make it. 9 hours is
Oh
overnight.
man, yeah, that's really, really close.
Bad timing actually to end.
Well, and if you look at the very bottom, like it has the Venom Commander, which is
Oh.
just like basically Cobra Commander with a green cloak instead of a blue cloak. I mean, it's we played it and we couldn't stop saying Cobra,
Right.
Just-
Voice.
or
Voice.
Vipress instead of Baroness, and it's just But I mean, it is definitely the artwork's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
Yeah.
Very comic booky. Really cool looking stuff.
Well, they can always relaunch this. This is close if they don't
This
make
looks
it.
like the second relaunch, though.
Yeah, it is the second launch, but see, the thing is
Okay,
that,
so
and this is my gut, and I'm not saying this is any, this is good or bad. I'm not going to say anything as far as what, but I always you'll see these, and then they'll get really close when they get almost there, and then with an hour to go, they have somebody that
will dump in 1,000.
they dump in the 1,000 to get it complete, and then they.
I mean, it makes sense. Pay $1,000 to get 22 or 23. I mean,
Yeah.
That's you'd have to have a good friend do it. You wouldn't do it from your own account.
Right.
Hey, it just ticked up, so maybe somebody backed it.
Yeah, I just put $1 in it. Just
Okay, cool.
Way to go,
Then
$1.
you I know, right?
What a
I
guy.
have so many games in the last 3 months. It's crazy. My budget is really. I mentioned the product.
No, I mean, it's cool that you did that. It's cool to show support. I mean, the cool thing about this is that it's there's if you look at the board and there's these different spots on the board that you, depending on the scenario, and there's 20 different scenarios you can play, and they vary in difficulty. So what you'll do on those little spots, you will put you'll put the different things that you need for those scenarios on those spots, and then you cover them up with a with a villain, a Venom villain, and then so you see what's on those spots, and then so you have, it's kind of like what's the game I'm trying to think of? It's kind of like Legendary, in which you kind of you're drafting different
Heroes.
Yeah, different heroes into your hand to build your deck, and then you use those guys to either draft other people or to use them to fight, and then you have to defeat the villain that's on those spots, and the villain then also almost always has something that affects the game board in some way. They say certain cards aren't active or things like that, so you have to work out who's going to attack who and take care of who. But the thing is that once you defeat somebody, there's a certain number of villains that you have to defeat, because you just keep replenishing them back onto the spot until you've gotten through a certain ones. And it's just, I mean, it like I said, it's not, it's doing something that's been done before, but it does it in a different enough way that it feels like a really a game all by its own. And plus, like I said, if you grew up watching the G.I. Joe cartoon, it's just hilarious, because like I said, you just sit there and you make G.I. Joe cartoon cracks.
Is it purely a battle of attrition?
No.
Die?
No, well, you can't. You can. I mean, when you fail, you can lose cards and stuff like that. So if you go through the attack, and because of the fact, because you actually have to roll dice, so you're putting yourself. It isn't just a deterministic where it's okay, well, I got 7 power and he's got this for as far as his strength, so I win. It's something where you're putting yourself into a spot where you have to you basically have to earn dice. And then you roll dice, and then depending upon the power of the thing you're fighting, you have to roll 5s and 6s on the dice. And so then you roll, and if you fail, bad stuff happens, and if you succeed, good stuff happens, and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, it's
I
not.
was just remembering back to the show where no one actually dies. It's just everything just blows up. All the equipment gets blown up, but nobody ever perishes. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, which one? No, which?
Yeah, Joe. They shoot down the plane, and you see the guy parachuting.
Yeah. Because they couldn't show people die. I mean, that's the one.
It's a kids' cartoon.
Yeah.
Do they show people die now these days on kids' cartoons? I don't follow it all. The
Well, like what
violence,
kind of a kids cartoon?
I don't know.
I mean,
But you know, I mean, it was like kind of a wholesome show, right? Like,
well, all those shows that had like the bad guy group, like Cobra or Mumra or Skeletor or anything like that, they always like they're like the big evil, but they never won. They never won like a single battle.
Right,
None
they
of their
always lost.
schemes ever worked. They always lost. So why are they the big evil? I just never understood that. Especially like Cobra. It's like, oh, we lost another 7,000 helicopters.
Yeah.
We
lost our aircraft carrier and like 19 fighters.
Yeah. Who's building this stuff?
I know, like who's bankrolling all this stuff?
Some really stupid politician.
Cobra!
They're just sitting on top of the world's gold supply, and no one knows it.
In the comic book, the actual comic book by Marvel, like people got killed and got shot and stuff.
Right, they could.
Yeah, I mean, you could go a little darker there, and then they actually kind of also explained that like they, the Cobra. I forget what Cobra stood for too, because it did actually like COBRA stood for something. I can't remember what it was now. And but like they actually had some pretty cool like storylines in the comic. They actually like had this one where they tricked they set up a base or something near an underground fault line, and they tricked the GI Joes into bombing it, and they that caused an earthquake, which then caused like a mountain to like come out of the water basically, and then there was a scene in the comic where like Cobra goes, "Send the man," and then you see this one lone Cobra man like steps out and like lands on a helicopter on this like newly formed mountain, and he steps out and he puts the Cobra flag on top of it to like basically claim it. So they basically created a country, And so like so like cool little moments like that in the comic book.
Wikipedia says an urban legend is Cobra is an acronym for conversion by blackmail, revolution, and anarchy. However, it is Larry Hama denies this emphatically. So I guess that's the creator.
I'm almost positive it did, but hey, did anybody back too many bones?
Yeah.
I haven't backed.
I like that Hopomaka stuff.
I like the Hopomaka stuff too as well.
When that got delivered to me, it was crazy taped together and like this weird. It took me about 20 minutes to open it, like cutting the tape. It was like bound in tape, a shroud of tape, packing tape. And weighed like 20 pounds. I think you're muted, Seth.
I don't think. I
okay. He still hasn't fixed his blinds. Lance.
Nope.
Never will.
Hey, never will.
They'll go down. Have you decided to raise that house yet?
Nah, I'm looking for another house. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I'm not sure if I'm going to raise this one or just sell it or rent it out or something. I found a house. I like it, but the people that own it don't want to sell it for like a reasonable price.
It's in Dallas.
Those jerks.
I know, right?
Are you able to move anywhere now, or are you locked into Arizona?
What? What's that?
Are you free to move anywhere in the country you want to, or are you locked into Arizona?
I mean, I could move, but I've got a really sweet deal going on here, so I wouldn't move.
Are you full-time game designer? Full-time game?
Pretty much. I work 2 days a week as an engineer, and I work all the time doing game stuff. So
2 days a week at where?
As a structural engineer.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
So. Yeah.
That's interesting that there's a job that only needs 2 days a week.
Well, I mean, it's part-time, but I'm pretty quick at it, so I get a decent amount done in 2 days.
Hi, Seth.
Hey, Lance. How's it going?
Not too bad. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
How was SaltCon?
SaltCon was fun. It was a good time. I enjoyed seeing the Team G guys and some of the Mayday guys and stuff, and got some playtesting of some prototypes. Apparently, several people I know got sick, including me, and I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's a flu or what, but I heard a rumor that somebody went home sick on Friday and then died on Saturday of influenza. So,
That's
sucked.
horrible.
Yeah. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but that's the rumor I heard. But
the flu this year is nasty. I got it. I did not get a flu shot. Michelle got one and did not get sick, and I got it, and it was rough.
I don't think I had the flu because I feel like the flu would have hurt more. I started coughing on Saturday night, and got home on Sunday. Got home at like noon. Went directly to bed. Woke back up 6 hours later.
Did you have like chills and fever?
I did just a little bit on like.
Maybe missed it.
Yeah, I was bad. All of a sudden I had chills and I felt weird and I took my temperature and it was like 100 degrees. But then it kind of went away for too long. So.
Real quick.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than sitting on the crapper and then having to throw up in the bathtub when you're that sick.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
I've only been in that situation once as a kid. It was after I went too fast on the what do they call those things that spin? Not merry-go-round, but it's like where the kids spin. What are those called?
The whirlwind or
whirlwind, whatever.
Yeah.
I went crazy too long. Tilt-a-whirl, whatever.
That's a merry-go-round, isn't it?
Is it a merry-go-round? I don't know.
I think so.
Not quite.
It's self-propelled, like the kids spin it, and you sit on it, and you just spin.
The teacups, right?
What is it?
Something like that.
What did you say?
It's like the tilt-a-whirl of the teacups. Spin the little thing around and...
Yeah, it's a spinning thing that makes kids sick. Made me sick as well.
It's horrible.
It's one of those things when you get older, it's like when you go to like an amusement park and you actually ride a ride, it's like, wow,
That's the one you made fun of as a kid, right?
Yeah, it's like when you're older, when you're young, you're like, I can ride anything, it's gonna be awesome. And then you get older, you're like, oh god, I don't want to go there again. It's like, stop being fun. I don't know. It's been
a while since I've been to we got Six Flags here, and I've not been in like 15 years, 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, the good news is that I feel much better now. So.
I'm feeling much better now.
The Texas Giant is the only roller coaster where I got a bruise from. Crazy hard. It's a hard one. It's a hard roller coaster. It's wooden, so it's all real rough.
That was scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
They're all like rickety and 100 years old, and
I don't think I've ever been on a roller coaster that scared the shit out of me and hurt me, and that was one of them.
Yeah, wooden roller coasters give you a migraine after I get off of them.
Yeah.
I can't.
Rattles you and shakes. And...
When I was younger, I used to be afraid to go on roller coasters that went upside down, and eventually I did go on like the Revolution. Was the first one I went on. And it turns out those aren't nearly as bad as those rickety old wooden ones that don't go upside down.
No, the upside down ones are smooth, right? It's like gliding.
Yeah.
We have a fair once a year in London. We're a city of 385,000 people, and every year they have these carnies build the metal roller coaster, and it's like, I am not letting you go on.
Has anybody ever been on the Zipper?
Yeah.
You know the Zipper?
Yeah.
Is that the one that like you sit in the little thing and basically you're in a chair and they just spin you around basically up and down?
It looks incredibly scary, and I never wanted to go on.
Terrifying.
It looked terrifying. No, it's. Let me see if I can find a picture.
It's not that.
I know exactly, and it's at the Red River Valley Fair. They actually have one that's like the local fair, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And I remember riding it as a kid, and like the thing was is the carnies called it their moneymaker because people's like change and stuff would just come flying out.
It spins in two ways, right? It spins around its axis.
Well, the chair you're in spins around.
Yeah, and you're in a cage.
And you're in a cage.
I think that was what scared the crap out of me.
And then it also just goes around like kind of like a Ferris wheel, but
Yeah.
the Ferris wheel is also spinning as well. So it's going like this. You're going on a track like this, and your car is spinning as well. So yeah, it's.
How do you not just instantly throw up from that?
Yeah, that is so that thing it spin the main body, like the little thing, goes around in a circle. You also go on the track that goes around, and then your car like goes just nutball as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I have an amusing story about the zipper. So there's this fair that happens every spring in here in Tucson. It's called Spring Fling. And in high school, I went to it with this group of kids, a group of high school students. And we just had lunch, and I just had this like giant soda, and I went on something called the Gravitron.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! Actually, I love the Gravitron.
Dude, it was fine. I went on it, and it's like this circular room that like spins, and the sides are like
it basically
like
puts you
that.
in a centrifuge.
Yeah.
And
the bottom drops out.
Yeah. Or I guess in the one I had the sides you kind of like floated up
to the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I went on that, and everything was cool, and I was fine. And then right when it was ending, like it was slowing back down, and it was about time to stop, and I like kind of bent over to sort of set up to get up before it was done spinning, and until that point I was fine. As soon as I did that, I was like, oh my god, I suddenly have to throw up. So I was like trying to get out and like push past people. I finally ended up pushing past some people and getting out and like going up over the side, and it was really kind of embarrassing and stuff. And there's all these people I was with in my high school, and then after I did that, nobody wanted to go on the zipper with me, even though I was like, I'm fine, I'm done. But that was.
Enterprise. I had a bad experience with it too. I actually rode it with my dad and I was probably about 12, and it was just my dad and I on the whole thing. There was nobody else in there, and the guy in the center who was operating it, like, he was just like had no expression on his face. And finally, about a minute into it, like my dad and I were like, "Okay, you can slow down now. You can stop it now." And like you're talking to him, and he's like just ignoring us, and like he made it go faster. He's like he thought it was funny. I was like, "Oh my gosh, just stop the thing," And yeah, I was so sick. I got off that. I'd never again. It's just a horrible experience.
Yeah, we did that, the Enterprise down at Valley Fair, that same thing, and it just goes in a circle.
Yeah,
just crazy.
That one was fun for me. I remember. Yeah, it spins in a circle and then it goes vertical.
Right.
So you're basically going around upside down.
Yeah, it's killer.
I remember accidentally losing my virginity in one of those.
The Enterprise is at the Valley Fair in Shakopee in Minnesota. That is the only ride that was there, that's still there, that was there the day they opened up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, even the white the wooden roller coaster that was built like 3 years afterwards or something like that.
The corkscrew.
I remember when the corkscrew opened in Valley Fair. That was big. That was a big deal because it went upside down like 3 times.
Yeah, it was a really big deal. And then when Wild Thing.
There you go. Amusement parks. Then you get old, and then they actually hurt to do anything. So it's just like. So then
you sit in the corner with caramel apples.
Yeah, and when your kids are like, "Let's go on this," yeah, you have fun. Over right here. Thanks, though.
Playing skee ball.
There you go. Or shooting the baskets and in the hopes that you can, get a $2 basketball jersey or whatever. What I was wondering. No, I was wondering like the whole like when you go to you go to Valley Fair, you don't deal with people that are like, "Hey, come over here and win a prize." But when you go to like Red River Valley Fair or whatever, one of your local city fairs, the carnies, and they're yelling at you. It's like, don't you want to win something for your lady? Just.
Yeah, we used to have this crazy guy in the dunking booth at our local fair, and he's always says the same thing every time: "High and dry, high and dry," and he just insults people as they walk by, and It's great. Every year, the same guy and the same voice. And
Was he wearing clown makeup so he can't recognize him later?
I don't even know. It's crazy.
Like I said, I did not know that I was either A, that well known, or B, that well hated at my job that I worked at forever. When they asked me if I'd be in the dunking booth for their little carnival you put on every year, and I was like, oh, that's fine, whatever, I'll go do that. It's a way to not have to work, and yeah, I was just like, even like like the only like the like executive vice president, the guy that's in charge of this giant building that I work in, his was the only line that was longer than mine. I was like, how? What? Why? Like people just, and the first person in line, my 4-year-old daughter, who they let her go to like 5 feet away in the first tennis ball, right in the center, just conk. Great. It's just like climb back up. She throws the next one right in the center again. I was like, come on, you have no ability whatsoever. But yeah, it was. I never knew. Like I said, I never knew I was either that well loved or that well hated. So
Going with the latter.
yeah, probably.
Hey, I got a bug, guys. I'll catch you later. It was fun.
Kevin, thanks a lot for joining us, man.
You betcha.
We'll have to just in a real world type of thing, since you live so close to me, I'm actually I'm looking at April of having like sometime in April or maybe early May of having a big board game weekend at my house. So I'll let you know. Maybe you and your son can come up and spend like a Saturday here.
Yeah, I'm all in.
All right, cool, man. Ha! There you go.
Yeah, I'll tell you a quick story. I got to run, but Josiah, he was watching World Series of Poker, so we go out to my dad's in North Dakota pheasant hunting, and we always play poker out there. Well, he brings these sunglasses, and he is the epitome of Chris Moneymaker.
Oh, nice.
And he puts on his glasses, and he's trying to do the bluff thing, and it was pretty comical. But
did he win?
Yeah, he actually did. He's gotten to be a pretty good poker player.
Good deal.
You can outlast him.
Yes. Well, hey, everybody, if you're watching this, go check out Board Game Theater. Where can they find you on the interweb there, Kevin?
Yeah, boardgametheater.com, or you can check us on our Facebook page, or the Berkey and Badger Board Game Babble Show. Now we're doing too. We're on episode 19. We do have kind of a fun thing going on right now we just did a video called Inserts Galore, and there's 5 companies that we showcase these different board game inserts: Meeple Realty, Broken Token, Game Trays, Dayless Productions, and who am I missing there? Robert Searing with Insert Here. And then there's a big contest going on, a giveaway between Blue Peg, Pink Peg, Dukes of Dice, our Berkey and Badger show, and Rolling Dice and Taking Names. So we're all kind of promoting this video and then all these giveaways. So it's kind of fun if you want to see a bunch of like Blood Rage, Meeple Realty, and Broken Token have these crazy awesome inserts for Blood Rage.
Really? I gotta check those out because I hate putting that game away.
Yeah. Meeple Realty one is it's beautiful, and they're crazy innovative. Meeple Realty did this one for Orleans, and they've actually laser cut the wood in a way that the wood actually bends and makes these little cup trays. It's just super innovative, and you know, Robert, Searing, he does such a great job. The guy's got like 130 SKUs of inserts, almost tons of games. You can get nice foam inserts, custom put together and already assembled. And so it was just a lot of fun. I love that stuff, and we're having a lot of fun on the podcast. So
very cool, man.
What was the name of your channel one more time?
Board Game Theater.
Board Game Theater. Okay.
If you go to boardgametheater.com, all the links are there for the podcast, for our theatrical productions. We just did Tiny Epic Western. That was a lot of fun, and we did Blood Rage with Lance here, so that was a big fun. Yeah, check it out.
Well, I get some sleep there, big guy, and we'll talk soon.
Cool,
and hey, what if somebody wants some really good seasoning for
Oh,
grilling.
well, I have a seasoning company called Burke's Happy Mouth Signature Spice. You can go to happymouth.net. It's a great all-natural seasoning, 14 seasonings. But get this, my site got shared on a social media site where I will give people a little teaspoon sample. I've gotten over 2,500 requests for samples.
What the heck is that?
That's his music.
Now he's got my music video up.
I found the mute button.
What the hell was that?
Oh wow, it's like this is great.
Where are you at? Are you on my? No, are you?
There's like a video that pops
HappyMouth.net?
up with like a turkey and stuff on it.
Yeah, that's the happymouth.net website for the
Yep.
spice company. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
His that Happy Meal stuff is absolutely amazing. I've used it on pretty much on
awesome.
chicken and stuff. Yeah, well,
Okay.
very well.
Is that like happymouth.org or .com? Because I don't think I'm getting the same website.
No, .net.
Get off the
Yeah, no, be careful.
website.
Be careful. You might not be having Happy Mouth. It's happymouth.net.
Ah, woo!
Delete browser history.
It's on Facebook, but I know a guy. I can hook you up.
All right, well, Kevin, it's always a pleasure, man. We should talk soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot for you guys. Have a great night.
See you, Kevin.
Nice. See you, Kevin.
I like your top shelf of your games there. I see Goville and Eminent Domain, so I have to
Go
on
to the
that.
online store. We have some extremely cool
Good Lord, Scott!
to logical categories. Select a category of your choice.
Scott!
Click on any product to
Hold
find
on, I'm trying.
What the hell? Thank you. What the hell was that?
And there's video recipes there too. You got my
Apparently.
book model.
I wasn't sure that would work. I was able to mute him.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I'm gonna order some now.
Get some. It's
Yeah.
great. I mean, seriously, I put it on ribs. I put it on pork loin. Chicken. It's really good. I would not. I probably would. I will. I probably won't make pork tenderloin without it. No. And you know, I should have said this way, but Kevin knows. He's like a total Renaissance man. I mean, he's a pastor, you know, and he but he has a non-denominational church that he built on his you know, it sounds kind of a little crazy, you know, as far as like, you know, maybe a little culty, but it really isn't. I mean, it's just like, but he built a church on his land, and he has a, you know, a fairly decent sized congregation, and he's you know, just like he doesn't what did he say? And I'm not trying to get super religious on here, but he said I don't think, you know, it's like, I'd like to think I know who Jesus is, but most of all, I just think we should all just be really good people, you know. And that, like, you know, it was something like along those lines, and it was just like one of the first things he ever said. And yeah, he's just super cool. But like I said, he's like a Renaissance man. He's got he hunts, he fishes, he paints, he builds tables. He's like I mean, he built a gaming table that's just amazing in his house. And he does theater. He does, obviously, and he's like, yeah, he does everything. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, too. He'd drive 3 hours out of town to pick you up if your car broke down, and if you tried to pay him $20 for gas, he'd get mad at you. That's the kind of guy he is. So if you ever, and like I said, go check out the board game theater stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seth,
play poker?
so what?
You play poker, Lance?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I just wondered.
I actually, you missed the earlier story, but I mean, it was like I used to be a very, very, very like tight player. I didn't play a lot of hands, and so I entertained myself by just doing chip stuff.
I suck at poker, but I have a group of guys that want to play it all the time, so I do, and they just sit there and clank their chips, and clank their chips, and they click, 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 click. So I just sit there, and they're like, shut up! I'm like, stop playing with your chips! Anyway, sorry, I just was wondering because you're...
Do they do the chip
Wonderful.
shuffle? I mean, because like if you listen, like I'm doing the chip shuffle, which is like where you have 2 equal sized chips. Here, hold on.
Yeah.
And the clank is what you're listening to is like is when you have, and I probably can't show it here on my hand, but you'll have 2 equal stacks on your hand, and then you put them up, and then you get them back into like one. And it's just one of those things you slowly learn by sitting at a table for hours on end. When I got married, I got to go. My brother was my older brother was my best man, and he lives in Vegas, and so it was like we were like, oh well, instead of making him fly to Moorhead for a bachelor party here, me and the other guys in the wedding flew down to Vegas, and so I spent a weekend in Vegas for my bachelor party. And when I landed, we got into town around 9 p.m. and we got there, and I had a quick bite to eat, and then I went down and I sat down at a poker table, and played 1-2 no limit hold'em for like. Well, I started at around 10, and I didn't leave the table until like 7:30 in the morning because I had a poker tournament I wanted to play at 8 a.m. But yeah, there's nothing better than just being able to sit down and just play poker, and if you get good cards and you play smart, you can usually make money. I mean, I probably made like $200 in like 10 hours, which is nothing, but it paid for my entry to the poker tournament. So
I went to the World Series of Poker a couple of years back.
Did you actually enter an event or anything?
No, I was just checking it out. I had a friend who was playing in some stuff, and he showed me around, and the chip clacking is deafening. Like it's just this dull roar of chips.
Yeah, because like everybody's shuffling chips all the time. It's just a constant thing because you have them, and it's a nervous tick. And
if you just stand there and like close your eyes, it's like surrounded like chips.
Well, it's like listening to 1,000 Magic players shuffle, 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 shuffle.
It's kind of like, in a weird way, it's kind of like when you're at a convention. I mean, like at a gaming convention, and like if you're in a room, not in one of those things where everybody's sitting at the big long picnic tables, but like if you actually have your own like kind of separate spot where you're playing a table, but the entire room's full of tables, kind of like at BGG, like in that main room, it's like you're sitting at that table. And you're playing your game, and you're focused on that game, and like you're hearing the people around the table, and you're having a good time. But if you actually stop and close your eyes and lean back, it's like just a roar. Yeah. The people, all the conversations and everything going on that you don't.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird to be in that ballroom at BGG Spring and not hear the roar, because it was like we couldn't fill it up, or the room was like half empty.
It was cool at BGG Con. Even though you totally screwed it up this year. Last year,
totally screwed it up.
Yeah, it was cool that like you had all those rooms like on all the floors open and available for gaming.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was like I remember when I'd like none of the vast majority weren't ever really being used.
They were frequently being used.
I mean,
I shouldn't say they were hardly full. I mean, it was like
they were comfortably full.
No.
I mean, you'd walk in, there'd be like maybe a table being used in a room, and that's it. It was kind of spooky in a way. I mean, it was just kind of like, and maybe this is weird.
Yeah, on my floor, I only ever saw one table being used.
And the thing was, it was like the thing about it that maybe, and which is fine. It was like it wasn't gonna be. They weren't using it for anything else anyway. But the thing was that made me felt weird was that I was sitting there and, like. I always felt like I was missing out, because I wasn't, where the action was.
Yeah, some people like to be in the middle of the fray, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm indifferent. I'll go off to a side room. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, yeah, because the party comes to you, $80 million man.
Glass cup.
Hey, Seth, how big is SaltCon? How many people?
They made an announcement when the 1,000th person showed up, so it's just over 1,000 people now apparently.
Is it a new convention?
I don't know. I don't know how long it's been going on.
I've never heard of it before until I saw you guys posting from it.
Hey,
well, it's been going.
What is the convention you run, Seth? I forget what it's called again.
RinCon.
RinkCon, that's right.
RNCON.
The old players wanted, teacher wanted signs. I recognize those.
You started a trend.
Apparently.
Although
I don't know if we started it. It's been around for a while though for us.
It's a good thing though. I mean, like I said, I ended up I spent I was wandering by and I saw that there was a table of like 4 guys that had just pulled Blood Rage out, and I saw they had the thing up, and I was like, well, crap, I can teach that. And then as I looked, there was like 3 or 4 more tables of Blood Rage of the same sign, so I ended up teaching Blood Rage like almost half a dozen times in like an hour. It's just I'm waiting for stupid Barry to show up wherever he is. So
yes,
I'll
be looking for a hotel room this year, Lance. That's where you'll find me.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, I might be too for all the because we don't want to.
Yeah.
I felt bad. You know what I felt bad is like when I first got to BGG Con last year, I got in and there was a little bit of a snafu with me getting my hotel room. Like they couldn't find my name or something, and I was just like, okay. And then I remember I walked down and I couldn't find you, Scott, but I talked to I forgot who I talked to, but I talked to some dude and like
John.
Yeah, and then they were like, well, just give us a second, we'll figure it out. And I said, well, I'll just wait in the lobby. It's no big deal. I'm not worried about it or anything. And I actually was like kind of wandering around, and I looked inside the restaurant, and Barry was sitting in the restaurant eating. And I looked at him, I was like, I know that guy. Where do I know him from?
I recognize his form.
Yeah, I was like, I know him. How do I know that guy? And then I was like, it'll come to me. And then I walked away. Just like,
a vapor.
I felt so horrible. And then I got my room thing figured out, and I was like, God, I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna go out and eat. And then you were leaving, Barry. You were like getting up to leave, and I was like, oh, it's that guy I do the show with. for the last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vapor going. Maybe you didn't recognize him without the vapor.
No, he did not. Actually.
On the hard stuff.
Hey, well, okay. So, hey, Barry 15, go. We actually talked over your Barry 15.
Yeah, we cut it off.
What have you guys been reading? Anything new? I've been reading the 3-Body Problem. Pretty interesting book. It's a sci-fi book. Written by a Chinese guy. And it was translated in English. What?
Written by some Chinese guy.
I can't pronounce his name. I'll butcher it.
Actually, I have a good answer to that question. I can't remember the name of the book. Hold on, because I just got to. I should know it, but I can't think of the name of it right now. Talk amongst yourselves as I try to remember the name of this book.
I haven't heard of that book.
I just got issue 3 of Dark Knight 3: The Master Race, so I'm graduated to comic books. Eventually, I'll get to actual real books. So.
Okay.
I worked as a copywriter in radio for 6 years, and now I read board game rules all the time, so I don't enjoy reading actually. So comics, they got pictures. I can just look at it. Yeah.
I don't read books.
I've got that What If book sitting behind me. I've been wanting to read. I haven't started it yet. It's the guy who does what's it called? I can't remember.
It gives people ideas, and I don't like that. Keep them, suppressed.
Just
the XCD comic guy.
XCD.
It's all these like weird ass questions like, what if a baseball player hit a baseball going at speed of light?
Yeah, that's actually a really good book too. Like, and then they break it actually down as far as
the science part.
Yeah,
with his comics and stuff.
Put that on a TV show
What is-
and I'd watch it and I don't have to read it.
Damn you, words.
Exactly.
Is that what if by the XKCD guy?
Yeah.
I just saw something and I realized, never mind, I'm an idiot.
I also got Thing Explainer, but I don't like that as much. I thought it was going to be a little more serious, but it's very silly.
What now?
Thing Explainer. Complicated stuff in simple words.
Oh, I've seen some of his comics like that.
Yeah, it's a comic book. I mean, it's all his comics, but nothing is actually described with what it actually is. It's like an iPhone. It says, like earpiece hole. Like I don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as interesting as it sounds like.
I thought it was going to be more geeky, but it's a little more silly. I mean, it's entertaining. I've chuckled, but I don't love it.
I can't. What is that clinking noise? It's driving me crazy.
I don't know.
Are they poker chips?
Seth
No.
is eating ice cream or something. His bowl's blanking.
No, I suppose.
Cottage cheese.
Oh.
Oh, what you should do is go to someone's house and you take all the cottage cheese out and you put mayonnaise in the jar, and then when they go to eat it, they're like, oh.
Or they're like, oh, this cottage cheese is the most delicious cottage cheese.
Exactly.
This is the thing, Claire.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's the explain it.
I need power gate.
Like the volume button is called loud controls.
Okay. So this is the name of the book that I read, and this is gonna be weird because somebody suggested this to me, and it's a very thought-provoking book, and but it is called Colorless Sukuru Tazaki and His Years of Pilgrimage. It's written by Haruki Murakami. He's Japanese, obviously. And,
No, get Barry to say his name.
he's one of those
Some Japanese guy, yeah.
Anyway, no. So it's called Colorless Sukuro Tazaki and His Years of Pilgrimage, and it's really hard to explain what the point of the book is, because basically you kind of you run into this guy, this Sukuru, who is basically he's a normal person. He has a job. He has a life, and but it's not exactly really fulfilling. And he traces back to a singular instance when he was 18 years old, 16 years ago, that he discovers that basically his life radically was derailed. And I don't want to give anything away, but basically it was he was part of a group of friends. There were 5 of them, him and 2 boys and 2 girls, and there were 5 of them, and they were, and then all of them, although all 4 of the other people, their surnames had a color as part of their surname, but he didn't, and so he was called the colorless one. That's where the name of the thing comes. And basically, during his second year in college, all of his friends just basically told him they weren't going to be his friend anymore, and ostracized him. And they were his only friends in the entire world. And so he's 36 years old. He is an architect. He makes a very good living, and he has no idea why that happened. And so then he decides to go back and track down all of his friends and find out exactly why they all decided they couldn't be his friend anymore. And it's part a mystery and part kind of a I don't know
Because they're dicks.
no. I mean there's a definitive reason why, and it's slowly, and if you're looking for a big reveal, if you're looking for like a nice summation at the end where it says, and that is why it happened. You're not going to get one. But it is more of a, like, you'll get done reading it and then you'll want to read it again, because there's all kinds of like little stories inside the book as well. I don't know. I'd really strongly suggest it. You'll read it in like a day or two. I mean, and it is well worth kindling it up or whatever, if you're or finding a paperback copy or whatever. But strongly
torrents, here I come.
Yeah, strongly suggested. And there is a chapter that like it's like the fourth or the fifth chapter of the book is this fantastic story, because he becomes friends. He like actually becomes friends with one other guy, and the guy kind of like, he has his own house or anything like that, but he just kind of starts living with him, and they're just hanging out like all the time. And then like one night the guy tells him this story about his father. His roommate tells him a story about his roommate, that guy's father, who had worked in like this hot springs resort or something in the middle of the mountains or whatever. And he talks about how one day this man showed up there, and he was like a jazz player, like a piano player, I think. And he tells this mysterious guy told that guy's father that he had accepted like this gift that allowed him to see like the world in a different way. Like he could see like people's colors and could see their aura, and like basically had like special powers. He could like had supernatural powers of perception. But because he accepted it, it was basically like he got the power for X amount of time, and then he was going to die. And the only way you can avoid dying is if you willingly give like the awareness to somebody else, and then pass that death mark or death token onto somebody else. And so he tells this story, and then the guy told his father that he was one of those people, that he could pass that death token to him, but he wasn't going to do it because he didn't want to give him that decision. And then like the next day the guy like vanished and like never knew. And so like he tells this story about his dad, and it's like, and that is like one of the spookiest chapters of the book. And like, I don't do it justice. If you read the book, you'll understand that is like, it's the colorless Sukuru Tazaki and his years of pilgrimage. If you just Google up his years of pilgrimage, you will find it. It was published in 2014 in Japan, and then in 2015 the English translation came out. And the reason why I found out about it is I was on like the website Slate.com, which I read for opinion like articles. And they published that chapter 5. They published that chapter of the book in its entirety, and I read it, and I was like, I have to track this book down and read the whole thing, because it was, and it did not disappoint. So I would, if you're looking for something off the beaten path, and you want to like read something, I would.
It's on Audible too.
Oh, well, there you go.
I don't read real books, I just listen to them.
Yeah, I do a lot of that too. I'll listen to it while I'm doing something else.
They're trade versions.
When I I dated a girl that lived like 3 hours away from me, I would always stop. There was like this back when there was video rental stores still. I would go in the video rental store. Also had books on tape that you could rent, and that would be in for like 80 cents a day. It was like nothing. And so like that was what I would, on the way out of town, I would stop in there and grab a book or two, and listen to them on while I was driving, just so I wouldn't lose my mind. It was a good way to pass the time. Oh, did you guys ever read the book Presumed Innocent?
Is it based on the movie, or the movie based?
Well,
on
it was the book first. The guy, like 30 years later, is writing a sequel to it.
Oh wow.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
one of my favorite movies.
Oh, with Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
That's a great. The book's even better. I mean, you yourself a favor and like listen to the book or whatever. But yeah, I think like the sequel to that book like just came out like 30 years after like he wrote the first one. And for those of you who haven't read Presumed Innocent, nobody give away the spoiler of that. That is the ending to that. It's just like that was like mind blown as far as like the plot twist on that one. In my opinion.
Sure.
Oh, and it was one of those things that it made perfect sense when it's revealed, but you have no way of knowing that.
You don't really see it coming.
I mean, there's lots of movies where you just like you're seeing it's like okay, well, that's what's happening. But with Presumed Innocent, man, you do not see the.
I think in that time frame, that era of movies, though, is it 90 or something? 89.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess it was like no. What really? I think wasn't it late 80s?
It could be. I thought it was like mid 90s, early 90s.
I thought it was like 89. I don't know.
That whole string of like Harrison Ford movies.
Well, yeah, he was like in that. He was in
1990.
Frantic. Yeah, he was in Frantic. He was in what was that movie where he goes to Amish country?
Witness.
Witness. Yep.
90. The movie was made in 90.
Yeah. Rusty Savage.
They were hitting those plots that were like twist movies, you know. I guess is what
Yeah.
Oh, what a twist! Yeah, no, but yeah, I thank goodness I finally remember that. I gotta go and I gotta find that one. I gotta find the sequel. Because I guess like the
that was Roman Polanski.
What?
I watched it. I was frantic. I couldn't remember it, and then I looked at the picture. The plot.
You mean the criminal, Roman Polanski?
Yeah, the criminal. He was also the director of the movie.
What?
He was also the director.
Oh, okay. You might have made him.
So, Barry, who is Ian O'Toole?
He's the he was the graphic designer and the artist for Nemo's War.
Oh right, I forgot you said that.
He also did.
My brain is off now.
He did the Cthulhu game that whatchamacallit did. The Study in Emerald, he did the second edition for that. He did quite a few. I gather he's kind of new at it, you know, within the last 3 years or so. But
Wait a minute, I'm an idiot.
you are?
Well, I mean I am, but I mean
Yeah.
no.
No, Presumed Innocent.
Okay, the book's already out.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. The Gowers. He did the Gowers too, Scott.
Oh, okay. I like the
we're talking over the Barry 15 again.
Yeah,
I'm
take
used to
it back, Barry. Take it back.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, you asked a question about the books.
Right.
Yeah, I was just curious. I actually get a lot of
Lance gave
Michael.
his little succinct answer.
Shut up. I felt so bad because Michael Fox asked me if I wanted to be on the Little Metal Dog Show. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. He's like, okay, we usually try to keep this around 45 minutes. Like 2.5 hours later.
Oh my gosh.
Like, God, I'm so sorry. He's like, no, this is.
You guys talk about games?
We did.
Okay.
Somewhat.
Somewhat. That's lame.
In 2.5 hours, you had time for like one game to talk about.
Yeah, maybe two.
I am what I am.
Did any of you watch
Dancing
Mythbusters?
with the Stars.
Yeah, Mythbusters. They're ended it. They're done now. They just
How many
put the latest
seasons do they do?
14.
I feel like I may have watched like 4 episodes out of 14 seasons. I'm just like, I don't know, it never grabbed me enough to keep watching.
There were a couple that were good. I liked the Jaws one. The Jaws episode where they tried to like debunk a few of like the Jaws things. Like if you shoot an air tank, will it explode?
Kill
Yeah.
a shark.
Yeah. And that was actually kind of cool because they actually did research and they showed that like there were times when like air tanks had just exploded because they had too much pressure inside of them, and they've hurt and even killed people when they've exploded. But then they were trying to do something where it was like, okay, so they tried shooting it with the same rifle that was used in the movie, the Springfield, and it just put a dent in it. It didn't put a hole in it, and so then they actually had to like go up to like a higher caliber, and they actually went to the process of they actually made a replica shark out of like different materials. Obviously, they didn't like have, but they tried to make like a fairly rigid shark, and they put the air tank in its mouth, and they finally got a gun that was big enough, and they shot it, and it didn't explode, but they did it again, and like basically like, but when they shot it, it like took off like a rocket basically from the compressed air, and it would like they're like, well, it didn't explode, but it would have killed the shark anyway as it ripped through its body and came out the back end of it, just like so. But yeah, it would not explode. It also couldn't sink a ship by running into it over and over again. They figured that out too.
So a Springfield could not penetrate a.
It put a dent in it. It was weird. Because they tried to figure out the range of it and the whole thing, like how far away it was, and they wanted to replicate it, and so then they just used they moved it closer and they used a higher caliber just so they could see what happened.
Yeah, usually a lower caliber won't go through metal. Like a 45 will go through an engine block. 50 cal will, but the lower end ones usually won't.
One of the cool things they showed once was they showed you always see in movies how the bullets are zinging through the water and the bullets hit the water and they just shatter. And it's like this like never happened. The bullets are just decimated. That was cool.
Really? They got reduced by 10%?
Yeah, they just brushed them.
No, I remember that thing too, and they finally got like a 50 caliber like solid slug, and they like shot it into a pool, and it went down it penetrated like about like 4 or 5 inches at the same velocity, and after like it had gone a foot, it was already like going at like 10 feet per. Yeah, it was just basically floating to the bottom of the pool.
Did they do that shooting through the balloons thing? Or that was something else. I vaguely remember shooting through water balloons. Like how many water balloons will a bullet go through?
Maybe.
I just watched. I watched it a bit, but the build-up took the payoff took too long.
Well, that's just it. I mean, it was like
it didn't keep my attention.
Yeah, like we're gonna find out if
in the next series we'll figure out.
Yeah, we'll figure out if this works, and it's just like, and then you had to watch these same like 3 goofballs walking around trying to build this stuff, and it's just like
the lead kept getting pushed further back, right? Like the interesting part.
Yeah. Not to use just give me the money shot at this point. I just tell me whether or not it's real.
So why are they ending it?
Waiting.
What's that?
Why are they ending it? I know they've laid off their young crew.
Yeah, they basically got rid of all the extraneous people, and
they just decided to run its course. I actually they have a website, a YouTube channel called Test It. I listen to that a lot. It's just like techie stuff. They have a podcast and all that. That's the only reason I knew they ended. I haven't watched it in probably 5 or 6 years.
They went into contract negotiations for the other 3, and they wanted more money. So I don't know if it was them or A&E or Discovery said, yeah, you're not coming on the show. So it was just the 2 guys, and then they said, okay, we're done.
Yeah, I mean, it's 14 years. How much further could they really push it? Yeah.
It would have been funny. I didn't see the last episode, but it would have been funny if it ended up like Dallas, where the guy opens his eyes and like back at the first episode. That would have been funny.
That was Newhart, right?
No one remembers
was
Dallas,
that Dallas?
really?
Was it Dallas? Is that how Dallas ended?
Yeah, Bobby Ewing. Where the whole JR got shot thing, he like wakes up and it's like, oh, what?
Huh. I was not a Dallas watcher. I'm just
my parents were.
I threw it.
And my grandmother was. Dallas, the A-Team.
Yeah, my stepfather watched it.
Yeah, so they do that shtick in a lot of shows now. So like
The show didn't really happen. That's all a dream.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard
Lance wakes up at his computer. What is the show on?
This board game thing is all a dream. Board games? What board games? There's only like Monopoly and Candyland.
That's what I
Seth
got.
is asleep.
Is it?
He is.
I'm watching. I know you've seen it before, but have you guys ever seen that video of of the guy whose job is to like feed the snakes that are like all in little like cardboard tubes or whatever? Have you seen that? Like not cardboard tubes, but like
again, what website are you on?
Here, hold on. I'll share this because it literally looks like one of the like worst jobs of all time. It like it just looks. I mean, I watch it and I just giggle each time I see it, just because it's funny to me. It shouldn't be, but here we'll just. So here's this guy.
Focus on your screen.
Yeah, there you go. So then.
What the hell?
Okay, so each one of those tubs has a snake in it, right?
What the?
Yeah.
No, wait. Lock on your screen. Lock on your screen.
It is locked on my screen.
Oh, it's still switching.
You
So,
guys
yeah.
click on them.
So the freaking cobra gets out. He's just totally calm. Yeah, here you go. Here, eat.
It's a cobra?
Yeah, you can
It's a
Why is a cobra in a tub without a glass cage?
They're like, no.
Oh my
that's
gosh. Gotta be
that's.
kidding me.
Oh, you need to get in there. There you go. All right. You're just like,
How many bites
grab
is that
another
thing
rat.
under?
Another day on the job.
No,
Oh,
not me. Not me. You need to eat. Just.
Mhm.
Did he kill it? I think
No.
he killed it.
No. You just.
He
There you
did
go.
he stun it?
There you go. Get in there.
Nah, the rat in his mouth.
Yeah, just.
Yeah.
That's your job.
Crazy.
How many snakes are in there? They're all.
It's like, where are you working? That's your job.
Where are they breeding king cobras?
Wonder what their liability is.
So silly. You know what? I took some cold medicine. It's a little cold, and I'm kind of falling asleep. So I'm gonna have to let you guys.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Sid.
Get better, man.
You're feeling better though, right?
Are you going to Gamma?
I am feeling better. I'm not going to be at Gamma. There'll be some TMG guys at Gamma, but I'm not going.
All right.
Well, thanks for popping in, Seth. Say hi to Michael for me.
He's in Japan or something right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's currently tracking down more awesome Japanese games.
Yeah, and he's going to something in like Thailand or something like that. Or Taiwan? I don't know. He's going to a couple places. He loves it over there in Japan. So.
He's big in Japan.
You guys.
Ha. Live at Budokan.
What's your next con?
My next con?
Yeah.
Well, the next thing is actually I have Tim Fowers and I host a sort of invite-only design retreat. And that's coming up in a couple of weeks here, same time as my birthday. That's kind of like a con. And then in May, I don't know, maybe I'll try BGG Spring in May.
Cool. Be awesome. Happy.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of it being like a small con again. So.
Well, it won't be as small as last year, but it'll definitely be smaller than BGG Con.
How many people did you have last year?
500.
Oh wow, okay, still.
That's like the old days.
Yeah, I remember. I remember the first one. I was there. It was like
200 and something in that office building.
Yep, that was. I don't know. I went there.
We were not big enough to get the ballroom at the hotel, so they put us in this office building across the way from the hotel.
Right. In that mall or whatever that had like an ice cream.
Avenue of the Plaza of the Americas. They have an ice rink and a.
Yeah, I remember. I went there on a whim.
It's a weird hotel.
And I liked it enough. I've been back every year. And despite the fact that I was at SaltCon and someone's like, "Hey, BGG Con registration just ran out." Luckily for me, I am associated with a publisher who's going to have a booth, so I'll be able to go anyway.
So you think? Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. So I'm lucky I get to go, I guess.
Cool.
All right.
Well, hopefully I'll see you in spring.
Yeah, I'll look into that and see if I can make it. Anyway, see you guys next time. Have a good night.
Good night, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break, guys. I'll be right back.
So did you see that the guy who plays the most interesting man in the world, they're retiring him or whatever?
Oh,
Dos Equis guy. Yeah, they're gonna go with a new actor. He's doing a one-way mission to Mars is the thing, but the voiceover in the very end is the best. It says, his only regret is not knowing what regret feels like. But
good words to live by.
oh yes.
Yeah.
So no, anybody else? Well, Barry, you still got questions left for your 15, don't you?
Oh, I guess. I don't know. All right. What kind of war games do you guys get into? If you get into any, I'm curious.
You mean like the tabletop type
Yeah.
game? Like I played Warhammer.
Not the miniatures. I was more like the board game ones. But yeah, even miniatures.
Yeah, I played Warhammer 40,000 like 20 years ago for 4 or 5 years. But that was the extent of it for me. I'm not a big 4-hour gamer guy. I like the 45-minute, hour and a half, do something, play something else. But that's just me.
Yeah. Lance?
Mostly solo. I mean, I'll play like Space Empires 4X with my buddy Derek, but the vast majority of my stuff is like the Kaiser's Pirates or B-17 Flying Fortress. You know, the Silent Hunters or Silent Victory. That's just when I get a chance. I mean, I played like 1775. That's a pretty good game. That Invasion Canada. What was that? Like
12, I think.
1812 or 20. Yeah, that's a pretty good game. I'm a fan of. I have at conventions played some of the coin series, but I mean, there's just no way I'd get my. There's just no way that I get people, you know, together or whatever, you know, to actually like, you know, and get them to sit down and play one of those in my gaming group.
Yeah, I'm a little weird at that myself with Liberty or Death. We'll try. I don't know. How about you? Outer Limit. I forget your name.
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
I remember my own name at the time.
Not a huge war gamer. I guess I played a few, but I don't know. Forbidden Star was probably the most recently that categorizes as a war game. I don't know. But yeah, I prefer the 45-minute to hour and a half games as well. Yeah, I have a hard time sitting down for like 4 hours and staying focused, unless it's like a really good game. But
Okay.
The problem I have is there's just so many games out there that it's like you're mentioning half of these. I'm like, yeah, I never heard of them. Never heard of them. Never heard of them.
Yeah, there's so many games, and there's a lot I want to play, but lately I just have not had the time, and it drives me nuts because I have a huge list of games I want to play, but I've just been so busy. Soon.
Yeah, I could get that. I mean, to me, especially with like the Euros, a 45-minute game or something like that, it's just not fulfilling it as like a 2 or 3 hour heavier Euro, you know?
Yeah. Well, like the heaviest one I would play regularly would be like, Agricola or Lagrange, something like that. But if I'm sitting at game night and people are like, hey, let's play Battlestar, I'll be like, all right, if nothing else going on, I'll play it and enjoy it. Or I got a group of people that'll play Avalon for 2 hours. It's like, well, okay, well, I'll play a couple games and just go from there.
Mm-hmm.
What's your next question, Barry?
How long does it take you to grow a beard like that?
I went a year. September, I had gone a year, and then I had a job interview, and I shaved off 4 inches, and I haven't cut it since September. So, I mean, this is probably a good this would be a good representation of 10 months growth, maybe. So, it's been year and a half since I've had a clean face, and I used to only ever shave twice a year, probably just so my skin could breathe. But I've pretty much had a beard or goatee for, I don't know, 10, 12 years now, something like that.
Your skin doesn't need to breathe.
Yeah, my skin gets really dry, but I hate lotion, so it's just...
So can I suggest a good beard balm for you?
Yeah, I don't like putting stuff on me. I'll bathe and just wash off, but I don't like... I don't like suntan lotion, because it's just all oil, and I'm hairy. It just gets all gross.
Do you shower every day?
I shower at least once a day.
Okay.
At least. Sometimes twice a day, depends how hot it is.
Go, if that's something you're talking about, how your skin gets dry or whatever, and it's itchy or bothers you, go and, there's a, I forget, I think it's Dove, actually. The name brand is Dove, but I mean, they make a man's facial cleanser, and use that on your beard. It'll soften it up a little bit, and it'll nourish and then it just rinses off in the shower, so you don't have to worry about there being stuff in it. If you want to try a good beard balm, go to Mad Viking Beard Supplies, and they have, so you can pay I think it's $12 for their sample pack of balm. You can get a good whiff and the smell of each one, and pick one up, and there you go.
I have very sensitive skin. A lot of the time, my body will go in phases. I'll actually have to use women's deodorant because men's deodorant has such a strong pH balance in it. I was getting sores in my armpits. So that my doctor's like, oh, yeah, just use women's deodorant, and cleared it up. So, yeah, very sensitive skin. And being a ginger, I had a sunburn so bad on my face one year. My lip was all, black and blistered, and it was sticking out like this. And I was like, I just burn and burn and burn. It sucks. I probably have melanoma somewhere up here. I just haven't found it yet.
Always optimistic, though.
Huh? I go looking for it. And ear hair. Oh, I can't. Ear hair. I can't stand it. I used to work with guys that would have so much ear hair they wouldn't have to wear hearing plugs. I was just like, just take care of it. Same with nose hair. Really, just clean it up. Anyway. Come on, damn it! Where's Aldi?
Right?
Oh, there it is.
I heard the last little bit about nose hair. I didn't want to interrupt you. I had to buy one of those things. I had never used one before.
I've got an electric one. I'd probably use it every 4 days. I mean, it's just taking care of yourself.
The hair starts coming out of weird places.
Yeah.
So, Aldi, if you were going to expand BGG Con, what would be the limit on people that you would go up to?
Hard to say. I mean, like I said, going from 1,200 to 3,000. Let's just say 3,000. It's not quite 3,000, but that takes a crew of 80 people now.
Yeah.
And before, it used to not be. There used to be no Team Geek, right? It was 4 people running it, a couple volunteers that did the library, and that was it. So it would probably require, I don't know, I really do. I mean, there's a hotel that could handle probably 5,000 down the street from the airport.
No. I have a question for you
It's a
about
huge
that,
hotel.
Scott.
And they could all stay on site.
Yeah, not knowing the area, would you guys, if you couldn't get that, are there hotels close enough that you say, okay, we're doing like this stuff here, this stuff there, and people have to walk.
There's nothing like a downtown. I mean, unless you want to come to downtown Dallas and spread out like Gen Con does, but the convention center there is not connected to any hotels. It's like far away from hotels. It's so weird how good downtown Indianapolis is, right? So it's awesome. It's just great. Like the way that all those hotels connect up to the convention center. I don't know of any other cities in the country that have that. Not that I've really looked, but that could not be replicated at BGG. Although there's maybe, I'm thinking about it, there is the Westin is connected to. Well, it's not the Westin anymore. But when we were running BGG Con 1, we were with the Westin, and they had a hotel connected to another hotel called Adams Mark, but there was a sky bridge there. So, but that would require coming back to downtown Dallas, which is a $50 cab ride from DFW. Of course, that opens up Love Field, which is in Dallas, and it'll be a lot closer, but it's still not close. Really, the only option near the airport is the Gaylord, and that's a huge thing. It's a massive city unto itself, right? Like I've looked at their spec sheets, and they can do a couple 100,000 square feet of convention space. It's giant.
So you could really spread out the tables at least.
Oh yeah.
Nothing sucks more than being in a convention and everything's just crammed so tight.
Yeah. And that was our problem last year. Not last year, year before. Like we didn't have the 25 rooms, they're called, the number 25 on each floor, and it just felt really crowded, and it was like the same. We only had gone up by like maybe another 100 people from the year before that. So yeah, being in a crowded, like not being able to find a table right away, just sucks. Just like sucks your wind out, right? I gotta go find a table. Pain.
And then that goes to what we were just talking about: people not bathing and stinky, overweight guys playing board games.
I've actually never ran into that. I guess I'm lucky.
Count yourself lucky there, Mary.
Go get your septum checked.
There was something recent that I ran into. It wasn't Gen Con. I can't remember exactly where it was. But it was rough. Could not get away from it.
Well, I know you don't want to have BGG too big, so what would the number you would...
Let's say if I went up to the amount that's on the waiting list, that would be almost 5,000 people. Right? We go from 3,000 to 5,000. And then where do you go from there?
Is that too big for you? Like, I know you want to keep it small.
5,000 people, man. I mean, I feel overwhelmed at BGG Con. There's just so many people there. I don't know. We might look into the idea, but we're obviously in this hotel for a couple more years.
Yeah.
We're through 2018, so 3 more years. This year and 2 more.
Now, has the feeling of the con changed over the last couple of years?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you go from 1,200, like at 1,200, you can really see everybody, right? But 3,000 is just, it's impossible to see everybody. You might not run across somebody after, you're there for 3 days and you're like, oh, you're here? No, you never see them. So that kind of, it gets a little less personal, right? Like you don't get to see everybody all the time. So it makes it a little, like, who are they? A little more impersonal. I mean, everybody typically is on the website. Most everybody that comes is a user. And so you get to know people from the website, and then you're like, oh, we'll go see each other, but maybe not, because some people don't come that year, or they don't get in, or whatever, and so it just makes it a little less personal. That's what's changed the most.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of the stuff you had to deal with, like the camera issue and all that last year, right? I don't know if I could do that. Just have to think about every little thing like that. Yeah.
Well, that was all Jeff's idea. I mean, I didn't know any. From a low resolution camera, you can't really determine who's on the camera unless they're standing up next to it and getting their face in it. To me, that's like such a non-issue.
Yeah. I would have been the same way, but.
Have you been to other gaming cons like that, Barry, before, or is that your first one?
I've been to Origins and Unpub 5. Was it 5 last year? Yeah. They were the only two I went to.
Okay. Unpub is more of like prototype playing, right?
Yeah.
They don't really do it. Do they do a library, or do they do open gaming, or you just play?
There was a very small library. It was like 2 or 3 tables. It was very small. Most of it was just people trying to get their games play tested or finalizing it or something.
Yeah, they did a whole feedback system, right, where you filled out a form and
yeah. But that was real small. I think that was I'll say like 500 or 600 people. It was 2 conference rooms, bigger conference rooms.
That's like what BGG Spring was.
Okay.
So that feeling, you get to cycle through everybody, right? You get to see everybody.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about going to Cool Mini or Not Expo this year. I don't know yet. I'm still up in the air with that. That's a smaller one too.
I think our biggest challenge for growing beyond 3,000 would be library. Like that would have to drastically change the logic of it.
You think? I mean, Origins is smaller than your library. They get away. You know.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I guess they have like.
I mean, the quality's
tens
not
of thousands of people.
that great. But
I would have to see the flow of their library just to compare. But maybe if the games aren't great, maybe less people are like using it. Yeah, maybe only.
Yeah, it could be. They also charge. I think it was like $20 for the week or weekends or whatever. But they also do charge you.
I mean, it feels like we were doing about 100 or 200 games an hour going out. Like whoever was working the checkout desk was busy.
Yeah.
They were busy all the time, nonstop.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, I mean,
How many days is
No
the
problem.
convention?
5.
Wow.
We
That's
started
that's all. Yeah. To go from $3,000 up to 5 over 5. Yeah, that's a lot of extra work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going.
Well,
Are you okay there, Seth? Number 2.
I'm just listening. Conversation.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely discuss it. We may look at the other hotel and see if there's an offer there to be made to change it. But like I said, there's more to it than just finding a hotel.
Right.
That's there if we wanted to go that route.
Well, let me ask you this: if
Maybe it's there.
like with you're saying you're like 80 volunteers now or so to run it. Is it easy to get those 80? So if you had to jump to 5,000, you're like, oh my goodness, we need like another 100 people. Are you getting the responses?
I bet we probably could. I mean, there's definitely. Typically, we don't allow people on Team Geek unless they've been to BGG Con one time. Like nobody from the first. I think. I mean, there may be exceptions there. But.
All right, fine. So maybe my second year I'll apply.
Yeah. Well, you could apply your first year, but we would just say you should come first and see what it's like, and then see if you really want to do it.
If they let me across the border.
Yeah. I mean, that could be solved. I mean, I think there's enough people out there that would want to spend the time.
Yep.
Just trying to
As long
think
as you enjoy it. Now, is it strictly a work convention for you? Like, do you get to enjoy it?
I have fun.
Okay.
I miss it every year when it's over. I'm like depressed. And,
The whole family's involved.
Does Origins open 24 hours? Out of curiosity.
Nah, they close. I think it's at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m.
Okay.
And they open back up at I think it's like 8 or something. If I remember right.
Are you going to Origins?
Sorry?
Are you going to Origins, Barry?
We're thinking about it. Oh, sorry, there.
Scott?
Yeah, I am.
I think
Are you going, Lance?
To what?
Origins?
I am.
Sweet! Because this guy is too.
Oh god, I gotta cancel my hotel.
Daryl and I are going down for sure. I think Sen's going. So yeah, I'll actually get to meet people in person.
So why are you guys going down to pitch games? Well, not you, but I mean Sen and Daryl, or?
Yeah, I think they're doing a multi-layered trip.
Mm.
And I'm just going to meet people and have some fun and get out of the house.
Yeah, I like Origins. It's a bigger version of BGG Con, but
Well, they do
I'm
every ball gaming, right? Is it RPGs and stuff too? So like a mini Gen Con.
yeah, they have like tabletop wargaming. There was a room dedicated just for that, for like miniature wargaming, and then there was a card tournament. I think it was Magic, but I'm not 100%. They had that going on, and then they had RPG rooms and board gaming itself. Yeah, and then the dealer hall. And there are a few releases there, not a whole lot, but there are a few releases. Like I know Stronghold's releasing 3 or 4 games this year there. Yeah.
I think there's going to be releases at every convention now.
Yeah. I'm a little worried because
So many
Fantasy,
games.
Fantasy Flight's coming for the first time this year. I'm a little worried about that.
Why so?
Just the crowds and all. Yeah.
I heard the crowds weren't so bad there. It's real widespread, right? It's very.
Yeah, you're not on top of each other, but I'm more worried about the open gaming areas being more crowded because of Fantasy Flight being there. Yeah.
I wonder if Origins caps their attendance. Probably not.
I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, with a convention center, you probably can just keep. You know how big. I don't know how big that convention center is, but I can imagine it's probably not fillable by the Origins.
Yeah, probably not. It's a decent sized one. I mean, I think the one in Philly's bigger, but it's a decent sized convention center. And then they branch off into I think it's 3 hotels that connect to it. They branch off into that, like the bar on 2 and all that. That's where the Secret Bowl holds their meetup. We'll see if they'll get into trouble this year with the Gamma. But
yeah, I'm actually curious to see how that's going to go.
yeah. Yeah, I forget what Jamie said he's going to do this year. I think it's probably going to be the same thing he did last year, where I'll do the giveaways at Stronghold's booth and then just have the meet up at the bar.
Good times. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, we made it till 1:15 or so. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel good. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's awake. And Mike, you stuck with us.
Yeah, it's actually 2:15 my time. It's getting pretty late. But yeah, I try to listen almost every week to you guys, so I'm always around.
I'm sorry.
So I just figured
Yeah, I was just gonna say, now you're making me feel horrible. But, no, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. So, why don't you give a little last shout out about Taetti before we break?
We are almost there. Literally almost funded. Let's see, we have $239 to go, so I believe maybe by the time before I go to bed tonight, we'll be funded, and we'll start unlocking some stretch goals, hopefully tomorrow. So really excited about it, and still 27 days to go, so we've got a lot of awesome stretch goals planned that I think people are really going to love. So very excited about it, and I can't wait to get it in people's hands and on tables. And hopefully, like I said, I hope to attend Origins as well. I'll be sharing a booth with Chris Peach, who runs Kid Loves Tiger Games. He did Hunters, I believe, back in October. So I will be there with him, hopefully, and I hope to meet you guys there.
Well,
Awesome.
as long as you're wearing like just your logo over your face, then I'll recognize you.
There you go. I'll wear an ascot.
Nice.
I'll have this shirt with the logo or something. You'll find.
Good deal.
But thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you taking the time. So everybody go back to Off City.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. It's always fun.
It is always fun.
It's nice to talk about board games and life and have a few laughs while you do it.
Indeed. Good luck with the job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Make sure you steal that car.
Oh yeah, slowly, piece by piece.
Scott, hope your tooth feels better.
Yeah, I got a little bit of work to do to get that done, but
Are you at least out of pain now?
yeah, I'm just taking Advil. It seems to work.
Then
I'm still dealing with a nerve issue, but I gotta do other things too.
You're in a perfect situation where you can ask for the really good stuff right now. So
I got the really good stuff, but I'm waiting to see if the pain exceeds that threshold. It exceeded it before I went to the doctor, but then they filed the tooth down a little bit to kind of avoid me. Whatever, I don't want to get chomping on the nerve, So.
Yeah.
But now it's but yeah, it's a process.
All right, I expect to see a meeple tooth in your.
Oh my god, the tooth is terrible. You don't want to see this tooth.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like because you're gonna get like your own like a brand new.
Oh, you're talking about my implant?
Yeah.
Yeah. You put a meeple on it or something?
Yeah, put a meeple on.
I think I would put a Geek on it first. Make it orange and blue.
That way it can look abscessed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as always, thank you, Barry, for being on with me. Thank you for those of you who listen live. I really appreciate that. As always, I don't know why you listen to us, but it seems pretty cool that you do.
You're a draw.
Yeah. And for those of you who listen to this after the fact, thank you very, very much. I invite you, if you have any questions or if you have any things that you think we should be talking about or what have you, please let us know. You can always, once the video goes live, you can leave those comments on the actual video. Make sure I don't know, head over to BGBoardGameGeek.com. You might have heard of it a few times.
We need voters. We need voters.
There you go. Vote for the Golden Geeks. Maybe get a supporter badge. And then also make sure you check out the Taetti and check out Overlords of Infamy on Kickstarter. And go check out the Bearded Meeple as well on the old YouTubes. So.
And a Gateway Gamer runs through.
Well, you don't have to check that out.
Come on.
All right.
The interviews are really fun. Actually, I like the one you did with solo gamers.
With who?
The solo gamers, or is that
the
tubers or whatever they're called.
Yeah, we're gonna do another one. I gotta get a hold of them guys, probably in a couple weeks. I don't want to do it too frequently because it's just tough with scheduling. Some of them guys are in South America or South Africa. They're all over.
Oh yeah, they're all across.
Yeah. Cool, man. All right, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night.